right, let's move over here. Hello, everyone. Let's go ahead and let's pause this. Welcome in. Happy Saturday. Just going to check myself right now, see how we sound. But yeah, happy Saturday. This is a beautiful Darlington weekend, and I figured I wasn't doing much today, so and after Thursday, just wanted to sit around and stream again and try to get some stuff cleaned up, some stuff that I didn't really have figured out on Thursday. So I figured have a little bit of fun, do a little bit of this housekeeping type stuff. First thing of housekeeping, hopefully the intro looked good. I always go back and rewatch these. It looks like there isn't anybody in here right now, which is fine. But yeah, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, I always go back and rewatch just to kind of see how everything sounds, how everything looks. So yeah, it's all good. I hate scrolling on these computers. I have a laptop. What is it? A Chromebook. I have a Chromebook laptop, and that's usually what I have on the side, just to monitor stream and everything. I've never really cared for. I think it's kind of gross. So I always try to have a Bluetooth mouse connected to it, but I don't have a Bluetooth mouse for this one yet. I had one for my iPad, but haven't found a good one yet to use on the computer. So the intro, made that up this afternoon. Been thinking about trying to do something for a while. And then we have a little background now for yapping. And it also is there for when we're playing games, so that if something's in the process of loading or I'm trying to do something, you're not just looking at a blank screen. And then my favorite thing that I now have is I have a setup for watching videos. So or streaming I'm trying not to just, a lot of people that react to content will just sit there and watch the video. I very much to stop it and comment on stuff that I feel I can actually make a good comment on. I try not to stop it all the time, because that also can be a little bit of annoying. It's a delicate middle ground that you have to play with a little bit. I'm gonna turn the Queens of the Stone Age up a little bit, right about there. I don't think that's too bad. I'm actually gonna check it to make sure it's not terrible. Another piece of housekeeping I've got. I now have a mic stand, so my mic is not just sitting on my desk. So hoping. I'm going to turn the audio down just a little bit. I'm going to do it with this one. Ooh, look at that. Fancy. I'm learning how OBS works. OBS is kind of new to me. Everything I've made up until now was film editing software. Never really played around with streaming. I actually have never been a big fan of streaming, honestly. Streaming content. It wasn't until like really recently that I had a few people that I started watching, and it was all content that had been streamed at one point. And I'm like, oh, okay. So I see like there's more than just playing game and reacting to video. There's a lot of in between. I know that's really all I do. That's crazy for me to say that, isn't it? But yeah, today I'm just I got the NASCAR race going on in the background. I'm trying not to do too much yapping about that. I'm hoping that today's race is going to be better than last weekend's. I think it will be. This is like a hallowed ground. And they better behave. In NASCAR, I hope NASCAR sat them down and told them, you guys are either going to play by our rules, or you are going to be in trouble. We're gonna prayer, and we'll see if it works. So I think to begin off stream today, there's a video. So the other day, Thursday, I was just kind of like looking through YouTube, like my recommended page on this account, and a video popped up. And it's one of those like stories that makes me go, "Oh, holy cow, that's awesome." So we'll start off our TV. We've got a TV now to watch stuff on. So here we go. Oh, whoops. It looks like I got a little bit more for the, one sec. I'm going to do a little bit of housekeeping editing here. I didn't see this before. So you can see a little bit. Ooh, the image can only go so big. Ooh, oh, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. I'll have to play with this image again later. Oh well, it's not gonna work. But yeah, look, we got a nice little TV decal, TV, whatever you want to call it. This nice little PNG TV. So unfortunately, the video clips will be a little smaller than they were before. But if you want to watch the video that we are watching on screen, you can go to bloop. That right there is the name of the video and the channel description. And that will, gonna try to remember to have that pop up. Watching this video, by Gnarly Speed Shop. This girl talking about this car that she's daily driving. It's a Pontiac Solstice? No, it's not a Solstice. What are these cars? I can't remember what those cars are. It's an older one, but she'll tell you all about it. And we're going to go live right now. Boop. All right, here we go, baby. Look at that. I didn't spend a lot of time on this, but I came up with the idea of having the TV today, and I played around with it, and yeah, it works better than I thought it was going to. So here we go. We're going to watch this video on why I drive a classic car in California.
1967.
Oops.
Hey guys, today I'm going to be talking about the pros and cons of daily driving a classic car here in Southern California. I figured I'm pretty qualified to speak on this
Cons. You're in Southern California.
topic, given that I have been daily driving my 1967 Pontiac Tempest for the last 3 years now, and I'm sure there's a ton of people who are curious about it. You know, is this a practical thing to do? But I figured I'd start by showing you what I drive. So let me show you. Okay, I'm here at the dog park, so excuse all the barking, but as you can see, it is right now. So it really makes California the perfect state to daily drive one of these cars because you have fantastic weather all year round. So
I will say that's an excellent point for any, I mean, in general, like Maine, that's one of the hard parts about having an older vehicle that you don't trust as much is we have a lot of cold days, snowy days. So if it's like my old Jeep used to have a bad gas gauge. So I would basically drive it for 4 or 5 days and then I would go fill it up. And that was like without fail. So that's something you got to keep in mind. In cold weather, you don't want to run out of gas. You also don't want a vehicle that's not going to start. You have to have backup plans in with vehicles like that. The positives of this obviously is when she'll get into it because she did a lot of work to this car, but when you do that much work to your vehicle, you kind of know the little idiosyncrasies of your vehicle.
Can't say enough good things about that. And here it is. This is my 1967 Pontiac Tempest. This is my baby. I love this car so much, and it's been a while since I've done a video on it. So for those of you who follow the channel, this has been so reliable for me. It's been getting me from A to B every single day.
One thing I will say so I work a lot with tradesmen, and tradesmen can be kind of a mixed bag of sorts. Sometimes you'll get people who are really, really frugal, don't like to spend money, and they'll drive some beater car, and come to find out they've got a beautiful house and they've got everything they'll ever need, And then sometimes you work with these people that are on their last bit of credit. They got no money to their name and they're always complaining about money, and they're driving some brand new vehicle or even like 5 years old. To me, anything that is less than 10 years old to me is new. I know I said that once to a guy I was working with at my previous job, that someone got I said, oh, someone's got a new truck, because someone had like a 2015 Chevy Silverado. And he all, well, that's not a new truck. It's like, to me, that's new. 2014, 2015, that's still new. Those are still new to me. Um, I love the 2014 Chevy Silverado is one of my favorites. It's just, it's something about that truck. Chevy hit the nail on the head, and then they proceeded to wreck it with the next body style. But here's and what I was getting at, looking at this car. I like this car just from the fact that, look at that paint. Look at that paint. I think it was is it Mike the car guy? Mike the car guy? Eric the car guy. Eric the car guy would always used to say that, every mechanic drives a reliable POS. Why do you drive a reliable POS? Because it's reliable, it gets you where you need to go, and you do not need to worry about it. You can park as close to the store as you want in that. I park in the back lot as far away from people as I can in my brand new truck, because I'm always thinking about someone running into it. That car, you don't you don't have to worry about anything. You're like, whatever, mirror gets broken, mirror gets broken. Like, just look at it. It's beautiful. And one thing I always say whenever anybody is like, no, that vehicle's ugly. Look at the paint. Oh, it's ugly.
And I know there's a lot of people who always ask me about the paint. No, I have no intentions on painting this car. I really dig
As you
the patina on it. This is actually the original blue color. It's a Montreux blue, 1967.
Montrose?
But what I love so much about this car is I don't have to worry about it. It's got plenty of little dents and dings all over. It's got a bunch of scratches. All of these from the previous owner. I'm actually the second owner of this car, which is incredible.
That's insane.
And what's crazy to think about is this car is almost 60 years old. We're in 2025, but the car, even though it is an old car, it's been fully upgraded. I'm talking the whole 9 yards. So as you can see, I LS swapped it. I actually built this 6-liter myself. I hopped it up a little and put it in the car here. It's got a 4L80E trans.
That right there is worth more than any vehicle on the road currently, I think. Well, obviously that vehicle's on the road, but just the fact that, it's something that she built with her own hands, either with a friend or with her father or with whoever, is incredible. Obviously, stuff like that, usually you have like a friend helping you, because there's so much little things that have to go into building that.
Transmission behind it, so it has overdrive. It's fuel injected. It has all new suspension front and back. It has a disc brake conversion. I'm just running manual brakes because I prefer the feel. What else? Oh, it's got air conditioning. That's pretty luxurious.
No way.
Like I said, even though the car is really old, I basically built it so that way it could still be a comfortable ride, and something that California, the freeways can be pretty crazy, and I wanted something that I could depend on every day. So one of the tips I have is, if you're going to be daily driving something old here in California, you should really invest in your cooling system. So I have this big old radiator here and a Delta Pag electric fan. It's actually a brushless fan, and that has worked wonders for me. I have never overheated before, and I get caught in quite a bit of traffic. So anyway, here is my ride, and we'll just get right into the pros and cons.
It's one of those things that you don't really, like in Maine, I don't think about it as much. We get some hot seasons, but because of the type of driving I do day to day, it's pretty rare that I even sit in traffic. But it's definitely something you have to think about it when you go to big cities. You got to think about the fact that you'll be sitting there and how much, you know, that cooling system has to be able to do when sitting still. Oh my god, I love those interiors. Not a safety feature in that car, my friend. That's the only thing I would worry about.
Gauges,
Is no
got
airbag.
my stereo, my AC right there.
It's a very modern interior. She did a good job.
Just like a new car. Okay, pro number 1, registration and insurance on classic cars is really cheap.
I think you will see insurance companies, if our auto market changes, which I feel like stay on the road, I feel like you will see your insurance company start raising insurance rates on vehicles like this because of all the safety features that are in new cars. All those new car safety features, they try to use them to be like, oh, you get a discount. Oh, you get a discount. But these cars nowadays are just flooded with them. There's too many in them. They keep some people safe, but they annoy other people. I think that's a problem. I think they should be options, not forced on you. But they keep getting forced into new vehicles through laws and stuff.
So I recently renewed my registration on this car, and it came out to $120 for the whole year. And I also went ahead and checked my insurance premium, and I pay less than $950 a year to insure this thing. So that's really cheap by California standards.
That's really cheap.
I don't know how it is in other states, but if you were to drive a brand new like 2024, 25 vehicle here, your insurance rates, your registration would easily be 6 times that amount. Easily. Another benefit is that you have no car payments. So while I don't like to use this argument, it is true, like you don't have monthly car payments, you don't have interest. The downside is typically if you're going to be driving one of these every single day, you are going to be spending quite a bit of money to actually build it and have it be reliable. Yep. So
that's one of those things that Michael Edmondson, I think that was the name of his channel, doesn't dive into very much. Is there is an upfront cost to running an old reliable POS. Okay. With most vehicles, you know, you have your engine, you got your running gear, and you have your creature comforts. As long as your engine and your running gear are good, and your electrical system, there's no issues, then you're fine. You can just run it. But most cars will have some kind of gremlin that you have to get out. Once the gremlin's gone, then you're fine. But you always got to look out for them gremlins. They're dangerous.
One I feel like kind of cancels out. Pro number 2, no smog tests. So here in California,
it's so crazy.
That's a 1975 model year or older, your car does not have to pass any type of emissions testing, which basically means you're free to build your car however you want. In my case, I went with the fuel-injected LS, 1 for reliability, 2 because you can make a little more horsepower for cheap, and 3 because if I ever have any issues, it's so easy to just go to an auto parts store and find the parts that I need. It's not like I have to search for specific, 67 Pontiac parts.
Gotcha.
So that's why I did it. Another argument that I'll make, not that I want to get into any, driving a classic car is way more eco-friendly than constantly buying a new car every couple of years. I mean, to think that this car is going to be my daily, probably for the rest of my life. Think about how many cars that saves from being, produced and all the emissions produced with that. So while some may argue that this vehicle emits more than a Prius, I'd like to think I'm doing the world a service by keeping this one on the road and continuing to fix it and invest in it and not change it out for a new car every couple of years. So
I think a big part of that argument too is it's less of an environmental argument as it is a consumerism argument. I'm not anti-consumer, but I'm also not pro let's buy a new car every 5 years. I think the current car market is so overbloated because all they want you to do is keep buying. They want you to keep consuming. Or buy a new car, buy a new car. And The problem is I can see the last. So let's say you bought a car in 2003. The car market was okay. It wasn't bad, it wasn't great. And then you say Cash for Clunkers comes along. Let's just use that as an example. Cash for Clunkers comes along and you say, okay, well, I'm going to get help buying my next car. When was that? That was like 2006, 2007. Those cars had a lot of issues, mainly because a lot of the new electronics they were bringing in brought a lot of issues with them. The Chevys and the Fords, and I'm sure it was everyone, but those are the two I know for a fact had a lot of issues. Those cars had issues, a lot of them. And so you might have gotten a good one, but you could have gotten a lemon. And I feel like more people got lemons than got gems. So, okay. Okay. Are we good? You drive that for as long as you can. And then I need another new vehicle. Oh, come on. Now it's doing the drop frames every couple of seconds again. I gotta figure that out eventually. But let me see if it actually affected the stream. Because it's affecting. Sorry, just checking to make sure we're not like skipping a lot. I'll get right back to you in 1 second. Okay, it doesn't actually seem like it affects the stream at the bottom when it says drop frames, so I might have to investigate that after stream just to figure out, because I've noticed sometimes when I'm watching stream later, it'll be like little skips and stuff. I was just trying to make sure that we were good there. Um, so you get that car in like 2008 and you drive it as long as you can, starts breaking down, starts to have an issue every couple of years. And so what do? You say, okay, I'm going to buy another new car. You invest in a new vehicle and you buy, like, let's say a 20, let's say you made it out of your 2008 and then you buy a 2014 and you say, oh wow, this is really nice, it's got all the creature good stuff that I like. And so you say, okay, I'm good. And you drive it for a couple of years and then you're having like weird reoccurring issues, and small stuff starts to go wrong, and then before you know it, you've got this rat's nest of, there's like 5 small issues that are all kind of compiled that you don't care for. And so the salesman convinces you, okay, it's time to upgrade. And so you say, okay, I'm going to go from my 2013, I think we said, and I'm going to get a 2020 or a 20, let's say 19. And you get in that 2019 and you start driving it and you're driving it every day. And eventually you start going, this is not nicer than the last vehicle I had. There's no real improvement. Everything that's been added is unnecessary. I don't need this. I don't want this. I don't want a giant screen that I can't really dim enough so it doesn't hurt my eyes at night. I don't want X, Y, or Z. I don't want a digital display on my dash. I don't want all this stuff. And I think it's really going to change the car market, because I think everyone right now that is sick of these features is going to look at, where do we go from here? What do we do in the next 5 years? And I say we reject this current car market and we try to go backwards as far as we can. That's what I think. That's what I say. But we'll see. We'll see.
So pro number 3, classic cars are very easy to work on. What I love about driving something like this is, I built it myself, along with the help of my boyfriend, of course. Want to give him credit. But
See, there you go.
I built it. I know where everything is.
Imagine that as a couple thing to do, though. That's like, that's that's really, it's one of those things you guys will never forget, and you'll always have that car as long as you keep it. And that car, unless the frame rots out, which they're in California, so probably pretty unlikely. There's no snow there. You know, yes, you get some salt air, but as long as you take care of that thing will last forever, especially with the amount of money they've put into it already. So it sounds like at this point, all she's doing is just maintenance stuff. New tires, new wheels, or not new wheels, new tires, new brakes, all that stuff. That's really all you have to do at this point. And that car could probably run indefinitely.
Is I know all the noises that it makes, all its little quirks. So you become really in tune with your car. You get to know it really well. And there's a huge sense of reward in knowing that you put together something that runs, you know, you drive it every day, you keep it on the road. So there's such a good feeling in that. So that alone, I would say, is a huge reason that you should definitely build your classic and get it out there. Pro number 4, and this is the most obvious one, but daily driving a classic car is just so much fun. It's crazy to be, you know, driving in 2025, you're with all this like modern traffic, and you look out over your hood and you see just like the old school fenders and all the little details that really make this thing a classic. And also just looking at my dash, like I've pretty much retained a lot of the factory features of my dash, even though it is pretty modern with the gauges. I've retained a lot of the factory aspects, so when I look at my dash, it just like totally transports me to a different time, and that's so cool. Plus, it makes running errands so much more enjoyable. Like when I have to go get groceries or go to the parts store or get gas, I'm actually really looking forward to it because it's just an excuse to go out there and drive my car. So really, there's just no better feeling.
And on top of that, too, so look at the car that she's driving right now. And then look at, let's say, 2021 Hyundai Elantra. Look at a Ford, whatever they are, Fusion. Look at look at the new cars on the road. There was so much thought put into these old cars, as simple as they were, design-wise, and they were just built differently. And now you look at these modern cars and they all look the same. They all look like they're built by the same people with the same features, with the same bugs. And there just doesn't seem to be any care put into these cars nowadays. You know, that car right there, even without her touching it, it was already very unique.
Number 5, you're going to get a lot of compliments and make a lot of friends. In my experience, whenever I take this car out, without fail, I'll get a thumbs up from other drivers on the road, or when I stop to fill up for gas, I'll always run into, you know, an old timer who would love to chat and tell me stories about how back in the day they owned one of these cars, and it's just so cool. It clearly unlocks a memory for a lot of people, and they just have such an appreciation of seeing this car still on the road. And not only have I made a ton of friends in real life, you know, driving this thing around in town, but I've also made a bunch of really good friendships online because of the car. So it's just great how the car community kind of finds each other, and people just share their love for these classics. And funny enough, I'm actually really good friends with the guy who sold me this car. I think
that's funny.
A little over 4 years ago. So, shout out to you, Shannon. Number 6, classic cars are appreciating assets. So, unlike a new car,
Actually, no, let her speak.
And you drive it off the lot, it's appreciating. A classic car is gaining value over time, and that's simply because they're not making any more of these. You know, it depends on what classic car you daily drive. You know, is it a popular model? Is it desirable, like a Camaro, a Chevelle? You know, cars like that. It also depends on, of course, how you built it. You know, were the modifications that you did to it very distasteful? Did you know, ruin the originality of it? There's like a number of factors here. So of course, every car is going to be different. Of course, I would never sell this car in a million years. So I guess this one doesn't really matter to me too much. But yeah, it's just cool to know that, you know, something that you're driving is gaining value. And of course, you got to be really careful, you know, when you're driving something this often. You know, there's way more opportunity for accidents to happen, or, you know, you could get further damage done to the car, like more scratches and dents. But as long as you're really careful, you're going to preserve the value of it, and it's still going to be worth something should you ever decide to sell it down the line.
To add on to that point, so she actually hit on exactly what I was going to say when I paused it originally, but they are appreciating assets in the fact that they are no longer making those cars, but they are not appreciating acting. Obviously, that's a big one. And also at the same time, how much is that car really worth when we have an abundance of new cars? It all depends. I mean, that car is obviously worth something to someone. The right buyer, that car's worth the world to, because let's say their parents had one or their grandparents had one and they want it, they want one. So she's right there. At the same time though, I would say it's only worth it to the right person. So it's not really an appreciating asset in that sense, but I get what she's saying. She's 100% right.
Number 7, and the last one that I have, is going to be the memories. There are just so many memories to be made in an old car, and driving an old car makes everything so much more memorable. Like, we have taken this car on so many different trips to so many different places here in California, and it's incredible how well you can remember those trips when you're driving an old car. Like, I vividly remember which gas stations we stopped at on the way to Las Vegas, going up to Mammoth, all these different places. I feel like when you're in a new car, you're just, it's a means to get from point A to B, and you're just trying to make it there as fast as you can. But when you're in an old car, you're just really enjoying the whole experience. One of my favorite memories is when I had the Pontiac loaded down with a group of our friends, and I was driving everybody home from the bar one night. I was DD, of course, because I'm fully loaded up with people, and we were driving down the grade and making the music. The guys are screaming in the back, like, this is so cool. And I think sometimes I forget how cool it is for non-car people to experience an old car. And it was the best. It was such a great time, and something as simple as that, as like driving home from the bar, was just this like awesome memory that I have now. It was more fun than I'm describing it, but you get the point. It's the little things.
I will say, I don't disagree with her. But I'm that's the way I like trips anyway. Like, so 2 years ago, went to NASCAR, New Hampshire, and it was just a different experience. You know, 2 years ago we went there. We went from our house to the racetrack and watched the Xfinity series and the Whelen series. Then we loaded up, went to a hotel room, stayed one night in the hotel, and then we were going to go to the Cup Series, but it rained out. So we ended up going home and then coming back the next day. Last year, what we did, we went to the Cup Series again, and we decided we're not staying in a hotel. One, because it's down in Manchester and we didn't want to drive that far. So we found a campsite a little north of the track. And we stayed at a campsite. And we went up a day before the Xfinity race. And so we spent 2 days up there camping. I loved that trip. That trip was incredible. And I do remember all the little idiosyncrasies, like all the different stores we stopped at. Oh, we stopped at, I can't remember what the name of that pizza place was, but we got these subs. We were charged like $11, $10 for subs, and they were the worst subs It was the most dry, tasteless sub I've ever had in my life. And you know, we went to this Hannaford, we went to this Walmart, we went to this Harbor Freight, all the little stores that we stopped at. I don't know. For me, I've always been someone who just remembers that stuff, and it sticks in my brain. So when I'm driving around certain places, I'm like, oh my gosh, that's that place we went there that one time. Oh yeah, and I'm nostalgic like that. I am a sucker for nostalgia.
All right, let's talk about the cons. So I have one major con to daily driving a classic car every day, and that is, of course, safety.
Oh,
So
she
when you
mentioned
drive
it. I was wondering if
a
she would.
car, as you know, it's not going to come equipped with airbags. In my case, as you can see, I don't even have a shoulder belt. I just have a lap belt here, and that's it. So that's not necessarily to deter you from dailying a classic. It's just to say that if you are going to, you have to be so careful. I'm talking, you got to be aware of all your surroundings, always looking in your mirrors, always looking around, looking at what's ahead. I have new brakes, but I have manual brakes. So just things like keeping your distance from cars in front of you. A lot of cars, you know, if you don't build them or improve the suspension, full handling. So that's the thing, is there's no room for error in these cars. There's no room to make a mistake. It's you're playing with your life. So when I drive this thing, well, it's really easy for me to step on it and do burnouts and reckless stuff. I mean, it's pretty fun to do that stuff. There's a time and place for it, is what I'm saying. I won't do that when there's other people around. I'll do it if there's a nice big open stretch of road, or I know I got lots of room. You know, you just don't want to be a hazard to anybody else, and you surely don't want to put your life in danger. It's just not worth it. So I think that's the biggest con that I have. Now, of course, there's going to be people who are saying like, oh, what about...
I'll let her speak. I just want to say one thing, because she hit on it, and it's something that I say all the time. It drives me nuts about modern driving. So you look, sometimes you'll follow an old person and you get really frustrated about small stupid stuff they do, and then you realize why they do it. And stuff like slowing down a good, 10-20 car lengths before you even get to a stop sign or a stoplight. Why do they do that? Oh, it's because they used to drive things that didn't have brakes. That was the best way for you to slow yourself down, was get yourself slowed down way before any stop sign. People today drive me nuts. I'll come to a stoplight, and I now have kind of adopted that. So I'll slow down incrementally. Okay, I see the stoplight, I'll put on my brakes, slow it down probably about 5 miles per hour. And then as I get closer, I'll start applying the brakes softly, scrub my speed down to about 15 to 10 miles per hour. I'll come to the light, and I will stop at the line for the light. So I pretty much, by the time I'm at the light, I'm kind of crawling. And then you will see someone come up behind you at like 25, 50 miles per hour, and they will then slam on their brakes at the last second. And the whole time I'm going, please don't hit me, please. I've had grandmas run into me. I've had at least 2 people run into me in my life because of stuff like that. And it's like, please slow down. There is no reason to drive that fast. And I wish that we had more of these old style cars like that, because old style cars teach you that you have to trust your machinery. That's fine, but you still need to drive smart. And a lot of people now just drive very dumb. And she kind of went over that she has to drive smart because her life is in her hands. All she's got is a lap belt. I don't know that I'd take that thing on the highway. I wouldn't take it probably over 45 if it was me, but it's her choice. But yeah, that's what I wanted to say. I hate modern cars in that sense, that there are so many people that drive recklessly because of all the safety features. Very few people actually die in small fender benders anymore, but it used to be more common.
About fuel economy. Well, case thing. So in my instance, I have a fuel injected LS, and this car gets around 20 miles per gallon on the freeway, which is not bad at all for a V8. And also living in California, 91 octane gas is a little over $5, which is an absolute crime. It's hard to even say that, but that's what it costs right now. And because my engine, it's hopped up a little, it's got different heads, pistons, cam. It has a little more compression than a stock 6-liter LS.
Gotcha.
So that kind of sucks. It's expensive. But like I said, it's a case-by-case thing. You could build your LS or whatever engine you have to be more fuel efficient if that was a big priority to you. But because I don't have to commute very far for work, it's not a big issue for me.
She just pulled a Yui. Pull her over.
All right, I just got back to the shop, and I think that's going to do it for this video. So, like I said, this is just kind of my take on daily driving a classic here in California. Of course, everyone's experience is going to be different depending on what you drive, where you live, whole bunch of factors, but I think usually people have a pretty negative take on this topic, and they'll give you all the reasons why you shouldn't do it. But I wanted to make my video a lot more positive and just share all of the great things about dailying an old car. I really hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let me know if you'd like to see more videos similar to this. And if you'd like to support the channel, head on over to gnarlyspeedshop.com. We have a ton of new merch available. New t-shirt designs, new hats, stickers, keychains, the works. And car show season will be coming up sooner than you think, so be sure to grab a shirt
that hunting
and
for
rock it
horsepower
at your local
sticker.
car show. But yeah, guys, thank you again for watching, and we will see you next week with Blue Bayou. Planning on getting that old drag car running again and back on the road, so stick around for that.
Very good video. She did a great job. Obviously, I mean, the thing about daily driving an old car is it's an experience, and it's something where even if, let's say, she only did it for 2-3 years, it's going to stick with you forever. And the fact that she built that car with her boyfriend just shows how important that car is going to be for the rest of the time she owns it. So the experiences like that are great. So go check out Gnarly Speed Shop. She did a great job with that video. Her pros and cons, I think, were pretty spot on. Didn't really disagree with her on anything. If anything, to be honest, it makes me really want to go out and buy a used little SUV or something. I'm at that point where if I can save up enough, that's my plan going forward for sure. I think I'm gonna go ahead. Let's do this. So I'm gonna go ahead actually and probably take a quick little bathroom break. Do I have this one ready? One sec, I'm testing something out. Yeah, I'm going to go take a bathroom break, and I will be right back with you. I'll enjoy a little bit of Star Speedway. Start again, and of course we got Malone the cat in the way. Malone the cat, would you like to say hello? The answer is probably not. The answer is probably going to be a no. Malone does not like to be talkative. Phone's back on. Malone, can you please move, please? Please. Hey. I have to pick you up if you don't move. Come on! I need you to move. There's no chicken in here. There's no chickens, no fish, no soft food. There's nothing in here for you. That's what I like about you. That's what I like about you. That's what I like about you. Yeah, she's a little different. We like her, but she's a little different. I thought it would be fun today with, we're a couple weeks into the NASCAR season. We've gotten to see kind of where everyone's falling in line to do a little bit of a tier list. So I figured get the old tier list going. I got my computer hooked up to this old CRT. So I figured we have this nice little tier list here. Let's go. We can go through driver by driver, see where they are, and for rankings. I'm gonna wait and see if my computer will load it any bigger. Oh, that should be more than enough. So our first ranking here, we have S tier. S tier are the best of the best. There are no drivers that really can outperform them. So those are your drivers right now that are superior in the sport. Spoiler alert, we don't have a lot of those right now that I can think of. We have some good drivers. We have a lot of good drivers, but we don't have too many people I would put in that S category. And I'm going to S category. We're going to go ahead and allow a few people that have issues, but I think belong there. So A tier are your top best of the best guys that, or they have the ability to perform every single weekend. Right now, we're so early in the season. We've had a lot of issues already. So I think that there are some people I'm going to put up on the higher tiers that need to step up their game. But for the most part, I think everyone in A tier belongs there. B tier. B tier are people that are consistent. They run pretty well every week, but they're not going to be champions anytime soon. They have a lot of work to do. They got to kind of put in a little bit more effort and do their homework a little bit more. There are definitely some guys that belong in this category. C tier, one below that. These, we're starting to get into kids that were probably brought up too early, that don't really understand or appreciate racecraft, that like to cause issues every weekend, and they're good drivers. They know how to handle the car, but they're not going to be winning anytime soon just because they can't get over themselves. We have D tier. We are starting to get into danger zone if you are in D tier. Now, D tier, does that mean you're a bad driver? No. Every single person, I think, at the Cup Series, save for one person, are very talented, and they belong in race cars. I don't think all of them deserve to be in Cup or belong in Cup, but it is what it is. They probably need to step up their game or retire, a lot of these people. Either they belong down in the lower series or they just don't belong in the car anymore. I think a lot of these drivers are going to end up being silver spoon kids. Maybe people that aren't on the edge of being demoted, but are pretty damn close. That they're just kind of back markers. They're just there for fun. And then we have need to be demoted. These are drivers. There's two different types of drivers that need to be demoted. There are drivers that are really not doing anything in the series, and so they probably should be demoted just to save the sanctity of the sport. And then we have people that were brought up way too soon, that were just handed a cup ride that don't belong here, and it shows every single weekend in their performance. And unfortunately, I like some of these drivers that are probably going to end up in needs to be demoted. I like almost every driver on the roster. There are a few that I don't care for, but for the most part, I enjoy most of the drivers in the Cup Series. I think that this list, I don't know. This list will probably be controversial. Whatever. It is what it is. And this is all personal opinion, and this is really rating based off of what I see week to week. It's not about who I like and who I dislike. It's more about what I see week to week. And so we are going to go based off of the teams, which are sorted by manufacturer and sorted then by team name. So, starting off, we have the first axis of evil. In Chevrolet, we have Hendrick Motorsports. Right off the bat, I'm going to piss people off with this one. Kyle Larson, he is a great driver. He is one of my favorite drivers. I hate to do this because I feel like some people are not going to agree with me. Yeah, out of all of the drivers we have right now, I think Kyle Larson is one of the best. I think he's one of the most talented drivers in general. He's put together a bunch of really good seasons, and he's missed out on a couple of championships, mainly because I think Kyle Larson has a problem. Being said, if he can figure this out and he can start being consistent every single weekend, I think we have a back-to-back champion with this guy. I think he's a really good driver. I like him, and I would love to see him be more successful. He is one of the few that I'm going to put in S tier. I know some people aren't going to like that, and you know it really is what it is. I think he's a generational talent. I think that, I don't know what it is right now, but so many of the people, and that's the thing, it's a criticism that I think can be said of almost everyone in the stable other than the four veterans. Everyone seems to have the issue with no one just wants to go out and click off laps anymore and just gain points. Everybody wants to be a pest. Everybody wants to go out there and race like they're racing for the win every single day. Well, sometimes you just have to go out there and earn points. That's your job. Go out and do it. Chase Elliott. Okay. Chase Elliott is a good driver. His dad, awesome Bill from Dawsonville. Chase Elliott, so far, in my opinion, has not really lived up to the greatness of his father. He's won a championship, but one of the things about Bill that everyone really cared for is the way he raced. Bill was a very clean, but a very skilled racer. That doesn't mean he never got into anybody and he never wrecked anybody. It just means that when he did, it was for a reason. The one big wreck you can think of with Chase Elliott, where he wrecked someone, he nosed Denny Hamlin into the wall. I get that Denny Hamlin roughed him up first. I'm not saying that makes it okay. You got to remember, Denny Hamlin destroyed Chase Elliott only a couple years ago. Wrecked him, took him out of the race, and to be the next Kyle Busch. Obviously, it's never going to work for Denny. Denny's too much of a dork. But Chase Elliott, I don't know if he's in danger of losing his ride. I don't think he is, but I think he definitely needs a kick in the ass. He needs something. Chase Elliott is a one-time champion. He's a very skilled driver, and I think with the right team underneath him, I think he could be great. I'm unfortunately going to put him in B tier. He is one of the most popular drivers in NASCAR. I think he's very skilled. I think he's very talented. I don't know if it's the team he's with or if it's just a funk going on in his head, but he needs something for sure. So, next we move on from the controversial number 9 to probably also the controversial number 24. William Byron. My biggest problem with Hendrick at the current moment is I feel like all of their talents have no personality. They're very boring. They're very bland. Even Kyle Larson, they just feel to me very boring. I'm not a huge Hendrick fan, but at the end of the day, I think William Byron has a lot of talent. I think William Byron's in really good equipment, and I think he gets a lot of the focus from NASCAR. From Hendrick. I have a hard time deciding whether to put him between A or S. A or B. I don't think he's an S tier driver. I just don't. I think there have been and will be other drivers that are greater than him. In the current field, he's very good. He has good equipment every weekend, and he's able to put together generally good races. He's kind of a block of wood, just like Chase Elliott. I think his interviews are kind of boring, and I don't get a lot of emotion from him when he does win. That, though, doesn't really count towards this tier list. I'm going to put him in A because last season, he's a very talented driver, but I think he's kind of a block of wood. I'm not a huge fan of his personality, and he's kind of got, I don't know, him at super speedways, he seems a little spin happy, kind of like a Brad Keselowski thing going on. So I don't know. Not a huge fan. I don't hate the guy. I think he's very talented. I'm not generally one that cheers for him when he does win, unless he's racing against like Joey Logano and Denny Hamlin. Those are the only times I'll really cheer for William Byron to beat him. And the last one from Hendrick Motorsports, and probably the weakest one in the Hendrick Motorsports lineup, is Alex Bowman. This one's probably going to be controversial too. I think Alex Bowman is a good driver. He has obviously some talent to be in the Cup Series. I think he's in the wrong ride. I think he's driving for the wrong team. I think he probably should be down in Xfinity or something, gaining his skills, because I don't feel like he belongs where he's at. I don't know. I've never seen anything from Alex Bowman that blew me out of the water and went, wow. Like, all of his wins kind of seem like, not suspect, but he's never really won he hasn't won a lot of races being dominant all day. And that, I think, is part of my feelings towards him. So I'm going to put Alex Bowman in D tier. I think he's a good driver. I understand why people like him. I don't like it. One, it's his personality, and two, it's his skill on the track. Those two things right there, I just kind of already, I'm like, meh. Oh, it is what it is. I'm going to put him there. Yeah, that's where he's going. Next, we have Sticky Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Jr. is one where, how many wins does he have? One or two? I think he's got one win, which was a Daytona 500. He drives for Hayek Motorsports. He generally is most competitive at super speedways, like most of these backmarker teams. That's just, you can put a plan together and win one super speedway race, and it just, for the rest of the season, you can kind of coast. So that's generally where a lot of them will put their money in. It's hard to plan to be good for a mile and a half, and it's hard to be plan to be good for a short track. And that's kind of where these guys excel. Ricky Stenhouse's personality-wise, he's at least, he's boisterous, and he's had a couple of run-ins with bigger names. Mostly Kyle Busch, who just destroyed him in that. It wasn't even a points-paying race, and Kyle Busch just wrecked him, which I thought was unbelievable. That it's horrible that guys drive like that, and then he wants to complain about modern kids nowadays. So Ricky Stenhouse, I'm going to put him with Alex Bowman. I don't think he's better than Bowman. I don't really think he's worse than Bowman either. It's just, I think it makes sense. We're going to do these numerically in order too. So 47 comes before 48. So I'm going to try to reorganize as I go. All right, now we got Kalig Racing. Ty Dillon, who is the brother of Austin Dillon. He drives the number 10 car for Kalig Racing. I'm excited that he's back in the Cup Series. I think that Ty Dillon is a better driver than Austin, but not by much. And that was up there during the Daytona 500 duels. I'd like to see him do better, but I think I would also like to see him maybe do a little bit more in a lower division before coming up. Was he a champion? I don't know that he actually won a championship. But Ty Dillon, I like him. I'm actually going to put him, more than likely, he's going to be above where his brother lands. And he is in D tier with Ricky and Alex. Next up, AJ Allmendinger. Allmendinger. He's the road course ringer. Allmendinger. How many road courses has he ever won? I'm actually going to look into this. How many wins does he have in Cup? He has 3 wins in Cup. He won at the Glen, and he won at the Roval, and there was a win in between there. So it looks like all his wins have come at road courses. I think if you get a decent a decent car for road courses, like I said, he wins road courses. He's not very good at ovals. Or it's not that he's not good at ovals. It's just that he doesn't have a lot of luck at ovals, and he's racing for K-League. So there's only so much you can do. I'm only going to score him slightly above his teammate. He's going to be the first one in C tier. I think that's fair. I don't think he's blowing anybody away. But when you come to road courses, he's definitely a contender, and he's almost always a contender. So that right there just shows you some form of skill. Another one, these guys used to be legends in the sport, and they've kind of lost their luster going forward. I don't understand it because they're decent in Xfinity, but then they come up to Cup and they struggle all weekend. We have Richard Childress Racing, and we have Austin Dillon. Austin Dillon. I was not a fan when I heard they were bringing the 3 back. I was really not watching NASCAR at the time when they did decide to bring the 3 back. I think it's a slap in the face to Earnhardt Jr. I know that Dale always said, "Oh, well, I don't want you to retire the number," but I could have sworn I heard that Richard Childress had told the Earnhardt family that he wasn't going to use the 3. Austin Dillon, I don't think it was worth bringing the 3 back just for Dillon. I don't think Dillon is I don't think Dillon's a great driver. I don't think he has the discipline, and I don't think he has the talent. I think generally whenever he's in a position to win, his talent runs out, and he doesn't do very well. Austin Dillon is kind of a punk outside of the car, and I think he's got a little bit of that silver spoon mentality. I think that's part of the thing that frustrates me. I will say I was excited last year when he won his race, but he won it under dirty tactics, and if NASCAR had taken it away, I would have 100% understood. Austin Dillon, I hate to put him in F tier, but he's going to go in F tier. I think he's one of those guys on the field that all he really does is he's out there to be a menace. I think he should think about retirement, but I know he won't. As long as his grandfather owns the company, he'll be racing, and I do understand that. Okay, this one's going to be a controversial one. Kyle Busch. Where do I put Kyle Busch? Because Kyle Busch is Kyle Busch. He has one of the worst attitudes of any driver I've ever seen in my life. He's a punk. He's always been a punk. He talks like a punk. He is one of the greatest drivers that we've seen in the last 15 years. He was probably one of the best drivers of the last generation of Cup kids to come up. Where do I put him now that he's in that 8 car? Because he hasn't gotten a win in 2 years now. Where do you put him? I'm going to piss people off. I still think that Kyle Busch, even though I don't think he's capable in the 8 car, I think if you put him back in equal equipment, I think he would still be winning races. I think he would still be competitive. I mean, how old? Okay, let's do this. I'm just being pedantic at this point. Okay, we're gonna do him, and we're gonna do another guy who's still winning races. So, Kyle Busch is 39 years old. Joey Logano is 34 years old. So Kyle Busch is only a couple years ahead of Joey. There is definitely markers that you get worse as you get older. Your reaction time goes down. You're not as good of a driver. That doesn't mean you can't race. It just means you're not as good of a driver. I think if at the end of the season, if Kyle Busch decides he wants to stay in NASCAR and he goes to a team, I'm hoping maybe Hendrick picks him up, or I don't know. I don't see Penske opening a seat up. I don't see Gibbs opening a seat up, especially not for him. I would almost want to see him back in a Hendrick car. I think he would win races. I think he would be at least competitive. He might not be going for a championship because it's a lot of work to put a whole season together. But I think he would still be winning races. I'm going to put Kyle Busch against my better judgment. I'm still going to put him in A tier or an S tier. I know, honestly, I understand. The car he's in, the team he's got, that might not even be the issue. But look at how. Okay, one more little pedantic spree. All right, see, let's look at his stats. Okay, driver stats. I want his all-time career. I just want Cup. Why would it show trucks? I don't care about trucks. I don't care about Truck Series. What was the last year he ran with? Oh my gosh. So he's been with them for 3 years now. So the last season he ran. Yeah, okay. So the last season he ran 8 top 5s, 17 top 10s. He led 627 laps. He had an average start of 14th and an average finish of 16th. So he actually did improve his stats slightly. He led less laps, but he had more wins when he first made the switch over to RCR. Last season, though, he backslid quite a ways. He lost 6 positions in the standings. So he went from 13th at Gibbs, 14th first season with RCR, to 20th with Gibbs, or with the RCR. 0 wins, 5 top 5s, 10 top 10s. An average finish of 18th, 18.3. So at the end of the day, I maybe I'm wrong. You know what? I'm going to put him in A. He was one of the greatest drivers of that generation of kids that came up into Cup at that time. I think he's got a terrible attitude. I really don't like the way he treats his team. I don't like the way he treats a lot of the people around him. He's just very cocky. But at the end of the day, he's one of the greatest of the last generation for sure. And then we have Spire Motorsports. What's there to say about Spire Motorsports? Spire Motorsports works out of the same shop that Alan Kulwicki used to work out of. They have the 7, 71, and 77. I really want this team to be good. I want so bad for this team to be good. This is going to be hard to rank. So the number 7 of Justin Haley. Last year this was, oh my gosh, brain fart. I can't think of his name. Corey LaJoie's car. Corey LaJoie ran from the start of this company to he got fired last year. Honestly, I think it was probably due. He wrecks so much equipment. The unfortunate part is I don't know how much it's going to change going forward. You have 3 young kids. Well, you have 2 young kids and one guy who's kind of, he's here and there. Michael McDowell is someone who I don't know what to call him because he's been in the series for a while, but he's also he's not lighting the world on fire. Justin Haley is a good kid. He needs a lot of work. He's pretty rough around the edges. I think he's got talent. I don't know if he's just in the wrong equipment. Unfortunately, he's going to go in D tier. I don't think there's anything wrong with the kid. I would just seeing it yet. Michael McDowell. Michael McDowell is 40 years old. He's been in the Cup Series for how long now? When did he start? 2007. So he's been in the Cup Series for a bit. He's a good guy. I think he's a good driver. I just unfortunately think he's one where his time is getting close to the end. In the 34 car, he was always competitive at super speedways. In the 71, it does not seem like it is the same. I could be wrong, and he could win the next road race or the next super speedway race. I think Talladega's in 2 weeks. So you never know. He might be super competitive there. Until further notice, Michael McDowell is also going to go in the D tier. I want him to be good. I want so bad for Michael McDowell to be successful, but it's not happening. And it could just be a beginning with a new team. Sometimes you start off rough. I don't know. All right, get ready for controversy again. This one's going to be one that kind of hurts because I like this kid. I do. I like Carson Hocevar. I think he was doing pretty well in trucks. I wish he had spent another season in trucks. I wish he had spent a season in ARCA. He got pulled up way too quick. Way too quick. He's one that I wish that they had let him cook down in the lower series for longer, because he came up to Cup and he was driving like he was driving back in trucks, and he's getting the shit kicked out of him. And I don't know. I don't know what to do with the kid because I want to like him. I think he's a good kid, but the way he drives is just terrible. He wrecks equipment. He wrecks other people's equipment. It's almost irritating. I have a 77 hat that I bought at the track when we went to New Hampshire last year. I like Carson Hocevar, but I just feel like his performance on the track, I can't give him anything better than an F tier. He's a good kid. He really is. But he needs more time to cook in a lower series. He's one of those that was brought up way too quick. I don't think he needs to be demoted yet, but he's close. He's close. Okay. Now time to get to my personal favorite team. We have Trackhouse Racing with Ross Chastain in the number 1, Shane Van Gisbergen in the 88, and Daniel Suarez in the 99. Wow. This one is also going to be kind of controversial. So, the number 1 of Ross Chastain. He's actually my favorite driver. I really like Ross. I like Trackhouse Racing a lot. I'm a big fan of just the energy they seem to bring every week. They seem like they're a positive group of guys, and they're really trying to do the best with the equipment they've got. I'm a big fan of the fact that something like Busch Beer has given them a chance to kind of work on where I feel that he's overly aggressive, and I understand he kind of needs to. I feel like he would do really good with having someone on his side going over game plan with him, like going, okay, this is what worked here, this is what didn't work here, okay, blah, blah, blah. I feel like that would help Ross a lot. At the end of the day, I think he puts his heart and soul into racing. One thing I do wish, last season he got into some wrecks. Was it I think it was last season. It was either last season or the season before. And all the time they would come up to him and they would be like, you know what happened? Oh, I'm sorry. Just own it. Just own it. If you wreck someone and you wreck someone purposely, at least be like, you know, I slid off my brakes. I think Ross has a lot of talent. I know he didn't win last season. I see good things in the future. I hope Trackhouse Racing continues in the trajectory they're on. I'm going to give Ross Chastain B tier. I don't think he's a great driver yet. He's not winning like every weekend. They're consistent, and I feel like they're going for the points thing right now, but it's definitely, he's a long shot from being an S tier driver or even an A tier driver. I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get there. Now for, I guess, the elephant in the room. Shane Van Gisbergen. I like Shane Van Gisbergen. I was so excited when he came over and ran the Chicago Street Race 2 years ago. And he won. And he won right off the bat. He was just so dominant. I think Shane is someone with a lot of composure. And he really, really, really puts his all into racing. And it shows. I think Shane's a really good driver. But I don't think he should have been brought up the cup this quickly. I don't know that I think Shane needs to be demoted, but I don't think Shane belongs in cup. He's in an F tier for now. I feel like it's a combination of Trackhouse Racing not being ready to have a third car in their roster, because Daniel Suarez had so many issues last season and the season before, where his pit crew basically killed any chance of winning. I want Shane to be good. I don't think he's there. So the number 99 of Daniel Suarez. Now, do I think Daniel Suarez is a bad driver? Of course not. Like I said, I'm a Trackhouse fan. I have been for a long, long time. Daniel Suarez is, in my opinion, a good driver. I feel like he's another one that needs a lot of work. He gets wins, and he's there in contention. He needs to work on not getting involved in so many accidents and playing pit cycles better. I know that's partly him, partly the team. Daniel Suarez, in my opinion, good driver. He's going to go in C tier. What do we got next? And that is it for Chevrolet. Chevrolet, we are done with them. We're going to move on to the Bad Mama Jammas at the Ford Motor Company. Chevrolet is the biggest manufacturer in NASCAR right now. Ford is the second, and Toyota is the third. So we don't have quite as many Ford cars, so I'm going to try to bang these out a little quicker. Oh no, my headset died. Oh no. I think it was just because I've had no audio playing. Yeah. Okay, it started right back up. It didn't give me the low battery, so I think I'm good. So first off, for Front Row Motorsports, we have the 4, 34, and 38. We have Noah Gragson in the number 4 car. I like Noah. I think Noah's personality is very big. I want to see some wins to back that personality up. I think he's talented, and I think he's proven in the first couple of weeks that this equipment at Front Row is better than the equipment he was driving in before. I want to see some results. Put your nose to the grindstone, get some wins, or even get some top 5s, top 10s. Noah Gragson, I'm going to put him solidly in C. He's got work to do, but I like the kid, and I feel like he's doing a lot with the equipment he's got. Todd Gilliland. Todd Gilliland has been with Front Row Motorsports for a couple years at least. He's another one. I want him to be good. He's not bad. He's not great. It's not like he's going out there competing for wins. It's hard with the equipment he's got. I think Todd Gilliland, I'm going to score just slightly under Noah. I understand that they both don't have any wins, but we're talking about a guy who doesn't, I don't believe he's got a championship, does he? It does not look like it. So Todd does not have a championship. Noah does. I'm not saying that that's everything because they are lower series, but I'm going to put Gilliland in D tier. The problem with Front Row Motorsports equipment, it's not great. So you're working through a lot of problems throughout the race that other teams just aren't. A lot of other teams, you'll hear them. It's like, okay, I'm a little tight. Okay, make a small adjustment. Oh, I need less air pressure in this. They just make small adjustments all day. And then the last car, Zane Smith in the 38. Zane is another one. I don't believe he's got any championships. Never mind, he does have a championship, but in the truck series. He's a good kid. I'm glad that he's getting a chance. I'm not saying I think he needs to cook longer down in the lower series. I hate that all these kids make this big jump to Cup and then they come to race for these lower tier series or lower tier teams. Zane is another one. He hasn't really shown anything yet. So until he starts showing a little bit more, we're going to put him in D tier. There's nothing wrong with him. It's not like he's wrecking race cars every weekend. He might be a little rougher than some of the other people out there, but he's okay. So I got to look up this next one because I'm just kind of curious where he's sitting in the standings. I don't want to say anything out of turn, but our next driver is the number 41 car, who is Cole Custer. Cole Custer. Oh, that didn't work. Cole Custer. I just want to see what his stats are. So he's 197 to the good. He has 0 wins, 0 top 10s, 0 top 5, 0 poles, 2 DNFs. So he's already got 2 DNFs on the season, which honestly, he's not the only one. I'm sure that there's quite a few that have 2 DNFs. But he's ranked 35th. He's pretty much in last place. Cole Custer, I don't think he should be in the Cup Series, honestly. So it kind of bugs me that you had 4 drivers in your Haas Automation team and not one of them got offered that 41 ride. Not one of them was at Stuart Haas last season. But for Cole Custer to get offered a ride in the Cup Series after winning 1 championship, I don't know. I honestly, if he wants to make an honest try at it, he would need to get with another team. But obviously that's not going to happen. He's another one of those silver spoon kids, and I just don't see him being competitive going forward. I could be wrong. I've said it before. I'd be happy to say that I'm wrong and have him win a race, and I'd be like, whoa, no way. But yeah, that's just how I feel about it. That's where we're at. All right. Now we're moving on to RFK Racing. We have the number 6 of Big Bad Brad Keselowski, the Lions fan. Brad is a 1-time champion. Brad, 1 time? Or is he a 2-time? He might be a 2-time, right? How many championships do you have? I don't know. I think he's only got 1. I'm terrible with that stuff. Yeah, it looks like he only has 1. But he's good enough. I like what he's done with RFK Racing. I'm not sure if he's at the point yet where I'd say he needs to retire because he's still relatively competitive. But he's definitely not how he was back at Penske. I know I put Kyle Busch so high. I'm going to put Big Bad Brad probably in B tier. I think he's still competitive. I think there's work that could be done for him to be better. I think I'm glad that he's focusing so hard on on RFK Racing. I think that's great. And I don't know. I really like him. I think he's earned a lot more respect from me. And next up after the number 6 is the number 17 of Chris Buescher. Chris Buescher is one. I remember when he won his first race, I was so excited, and then he won again, and I was like, no freaking way. It was over the moon. It was so good. Chris Buescher is a good driver. He's consistent. He puts a good race together. And he's up there quite a bit. So I think Chris Buescher, I'm going to put him right up there with his boss. He's a good driver, and I think he's pretty competitive. I think he could go for a championship, honestly, within the next 5 years. There's obviously some guidance he still needs, but hey, who in the Cup Series doesn't need guidance at this point? And then lastly for RFK, you have the number 60 car, which is Ryan Preece. I actually did a track walk last year with Ryan Preece at New Hampshire Motor Speedway. It was cool. Ryan's a cool guy. He is unfortunately one of those guys who I think he might be closer to the end of his career. I hope that I'm wrong in that and that he can race another 5 years, but I would like to see him at least win a couple races before he retires. That being said, right now he's not like overperforming. I don't think he's one sec. I'm gonna check on that because I don't want to be that guy. Ryan Preece. So he's got, oh my gosh, he's got 3 top 10s, 1 top 5. He's ranked 14th. Let's see where he was last season. So last season he was ranked 26th. So he had 1 top 5, 5 top 10s. He led 2 laps and his average finish was 20th. His average start was 25th. So his stats so far this season aren't that much better. I'm going to guess everyone below him has been that much worse. Like I said, I don't think he's blowing anybody out of the water at this point. but I really, really feel like he could be good in the equipment he's got. I'm going to put him in a solid C tier. I think that he's good and he could possibly get some wins. I have a hard time believing he's going to fight for a championship anytime soon, but I would be pleasantly surprised if he did. I like the guy. I want him to do well. Now this one I don't think is going to be very controversial. I don't think it is. Obviously, everyone knows Rick Ware Racing. Rick Ware Racing, unfortunately, has been plagued with Cody Ware, who is Rick Ware's son, who is a domestic abuser, and he has a bad temper. He is the definition of a silver spoon kid. I wish that NASCAR would do something about this. This guy is going to get someone hurt. Hopefully not killed. Now look at this. Rick Ware Racing, 2 years ago, when Cody Ware beat up his girlfriend or whatever, they had J.J. Yaley and Ryan Newman fill in for them, and they did decently well. They were okay. They were better than they were with Cody. They were finishing races. And they have Tommy Baldwin on their team, Tommy Baldwin Jr. I think Rick Ware Racing could be a good backmarker team, but I cannot support that team with Cody Ware on it. I think Cody needs to be demoted. I think he needs to be out of this sport. He's dangerous. He's going to hurt someone, and I don't like having him around. It scares me every time I see him running with the leaders or something. That's how I feel about Cody. I don't like him being in the sport. I think he needs to go. Second axis of evils, one of the other big mama jammas in the company, in the NASCAR garage, Penske Motorsports. Penske Motorsports is an interesting group of guys. They're probably one of the best teams in NASCAR right now. They're one of the most consistent, and I think they honestly have probably one of the best all-star rosters. Now, we start with Austin Cindric. Austin Cindric is kind of a golden spoon kid, or a silver spoon kid, but I will argue till I'm blue in the face that he is talented. I don't know how, to me it doesn't feel like he goes for wins all that much, but I think he's been in the playoffs the last couple of years. Austin Cindric has good equipment, he's got a good team behind him, and I do feel like he actually has put in some work to be a good driver. He's not just riding off his dad's coattails. Ryan Blaney. Can I be fair? I don't like Ryan Blaney. I think Ryan Blaney is a crybaby. I think he's the worst parts of Kyle Busch. I think he's talented. I think he's got a lot of talent. It's obvious he's won a championship. I think he'll probably win more. I don't know if he'll be a six-timer, but he will win more championships. Not a huge fan of the guy. I wish that he would stop crying whenever he couldn't pass someone or whenever someone's blocking him, because that's racing. That's how racing works. That being said, Ryan Blaney is very talented. He's going to go in A tier. I know that might be controversial. Some people might not like that. I don't think he's an S tier driver. I just don't. I think he's very good. I think he could win a championship. I don't think he's as good as Kyle Larson. Looking down the roster at this point, I think I might have made a mistake in the beginning. I think Kyle Larson is probably the only driver I would put in S tier. I feel like with a little bit of work, he would be unstoppable. But next up is Joey the Backbreaker Logano. Joey Logano broke Denny Hamlin's back. I don't like Joey. I think he's kind of a whiny guy. And what I don't like about Joey is he's two-faced. When he's in the car, he's one man. When he gets out of the car, he's another guy. When he's in the car, he'll have that meltdown that he had at Phoenix. Not at Phoenix. At oh hi, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got a little worked up there. It's like, calm down, guy. There's no reason to be yelling like that. There's no reason to be talking bad about people like that in the car. Calm down. You're a race car driver. You get paid millions of dollars to pilot some of the best equipment in the world. Some days it just doesn't go your way, and you have to go, that sucks, and you beat yourself up about it. But doing that, to me, kind of makes you look like a crybaby. I'm going to put Joey Logano in B tier. Now, Joey Logano is consistent. Joey Logano does win races. But Joey Logano, I think, is not as good as he was before. I think he has changed. And I think it has led to him being a little bit different. Not worse, but different. I'm going to put Joey in B. I think that's where he belongs. He's like, so he's not quite Chase Elliott, Ross Chastain. He's maybe like a little above them, but there is no A.5. There's no B.5. So there's no B.5. So he's kind of like right here. I don't think he's as good as these three, but I do think he's better than some of these people on the list. Tier list, I always look at him and I go, how is that guy on the same? It's like, yeah, you have to put him somewhere, so it just kind of happens. And I've given up with putting the numbers in order. I'm not doing it. That's too much work. And then last in the Ford roster, we have Josh Berry, another Stewart-Haas Racing alumni. I am excited that he's gotten his first win. I think he shows a lot of potential, and I think he could bring that car to be incredible. Obviously, there's work to be done because it's the Wood brothers. That's never going to be a superstar team. So the question is, does he race with them for a season or two and then make an attempt to get with a bigger team? I don't know, but I think that he's a good driver. I would really like a Hendrick car, but we'll see how fate takes him. Maybe he stays with the Wood brothers and he's just a loyal little guy. He is a good driver. I think that last year I was kind of harping on him, saying I think he should have stayed in the lower series, but I think after his performance this season, I feel a little different. He's definitely done a lot better this season. He looks a lot better. Okay. Now we get to the terrible Toyotas. By terrible Toyotas, I mean some drivers that I actually like and some that I don't like. And yeah. We got a bunch of extra numbers down here for like the fill-in teams. I'm not going to put all those in. I will do Jimmy Johnson, though. I will do Jimmy just because I feel like it's fair to put him in with Legacy Motor Club. All right, so starting off with 2311 Racing. Time to be controversial. Bubba Wallace. Oh, do I even want to start with this? Okay, I think I'm just going to drop it, and I'm just going to move away. And I think that's where we're going to land. Some people are probably going to have their feelings on Bubba Wallace. I think a lot of people are biased because of certain things about the guy, things he said, done, or the person he is. I think Bubba Wallace fits squarely in. Yeah, that I'm doing it. That's all I'm going to say. That's where I think Bubba Wallace belongs. I think he can improve, but that's where I think he belongs right now. That's all I'm going to say. Now his teammate Tyler Reddick. So 2311 is actually one of my favorite. Oh, sorry. No, he's not next. Riley Herbst is next. So I really like 2311. I like the idea. I like Michael Jordan. I want this race team to be good. Riley Herbst is a good kid. I think he means well. He's too aggressive. He's another one just like Hocevar. I feel like he would do good to fight it out in lower ranks for another year or two. I think he was brought up too early, and you know what? Based on his performance so far, I feel like Hocevar at least can hold. I think Herbst probably belongs and needs to be demoted. I think he needs to be put out of that car back in Xfinity for a couple of years. That's just needs to be demoted. And now we go to Tyler Reddick. One of the most consistently aggressive drivers that is in the hunt for a win almost every single weekend. I think he's a good driver. I think he's shown a lot of composure. He's shown a lot of skill in his craft. And I don't know that I can even suggest much to say how he gets better. I don't think he's an S-tier driver, but I am going to say I think he does fall in line with these other A-tier drivers. These drivers that are really good, but just aren't perfect. I think Kyle Busch back in his prime probably would have been an S-tier driver, but now I don't know that I could put him there and feel good about it. All right. And the last axis of evil, Joe Gibbs Racing. Oh, what do you think of Joe Gibbs Racing? Oh, geez. Well, now that Martin Truex Jr. is gone, it's almost like there is no personality. You have, first off, Denny the Dork. Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin is one of the most consistent chokers we've ever seen. But Denny Hamlin is a skilled driver that gets multiple wins every season and is always in contention for the Cup, even though he's never won one. Every year I say, oh, this is his year. He gets really hot mid-season. He wins like 4 races. And I always say, this is his year. He's going to do it this year. And then he gets to the playoffs and he just continues to put up like some of the most mediocre performances. I was excited for his win last week. I think it was needed after the day we had gotten prior in Xfinity. I think Denny Hamlin. Oh, I'm going to piss Chase Elliott fans off here. I think Denny Hamlin is an A-tier driver. I really do. Next on the list, the last of the Stewart-Haas Racing alumni, Chase Briscoe. I was so excited when I found out that Chase Briscoe was going to Gibbs. I'm like, oh, he's going to be competitive all season. He's going to be great. He's going to do awesome. Well, I can't say I was wrong yet because it's still really early into the season. But unfortunately, I look to have been proven wrong. So Chase Briscoe is standing better in the stats right now. Well, let's see what he looked like last year. He's a little better in the stats right now. We'll see if this continues. He had a win last season, so that automatically is going to skew him up a little bit. I think so far this season, I've been kind of not impressed with his skills. His personality is kind of block of wood-esque. A lot of the drivers nowadays have that same like very dry, very mood personality. I want to see more from him. I want to see more chutzpah. I want to see him kind of try to put a little bit more into his racing. I think he's a good driver. I want to see him be successful, but at this point, he hasn't shown me anything that makes me feel like he deserves to be any higher. The last driver, Christopher Bell, is a generational talent. He's a phenomenon. He's a really good driver. He is one of the most boring people to listen to. I hate when he wins because he's just so boring. There's no emotion to him. He's just, I have won. That's right. I have won. I have won the race. It's like, I'm excited for you, Chris, but can you show a little bit of emotion? I want to put him in S tier. I don't feel like he belongs in S tier. He hasn't won a championship, even though I think he will within the next 5 years. I'm going to put him in A tier. I think he's good. I think he's really good. But I don't know. I don't know. It's so hard to say. And even having Larson in S tier, I know is already kind of like, I think it's a stretch to say Larson is like the best of the best. But I think he is one of the best drivers in our current roster. I feel like if there was just a little bit more consistency, Larson would win so much more. Okay. And the last of the roster for Joe Gibbs. I'm going to try not to be too rude about this. The only reason that Ty of his last name, obviously, his grandfather's team. I think they brought him up because of his father's passing, untimely, unfortunate as it was. And I think they brought him up because it was cheaper to bring him up than to try to find a driver to replace Kyle Busch. I think it's a mistake. I think Ty Gibbs needs a lot more time in lower series. I think he needs to get his teeth knocked in a little bit. Because what's happened is he's come up to this series, and anytime he has any little bit of controversy, people running over him or whatever, he gets aggressive and loses it. I think Ty Gibbs is a good driver. I think he's talented. I don't think he deserves anything more than F tier at this point. He hasn't shown anything in his 3 seasons in Cup, and I think he's too arrogant to actually be competitive. He might win a race here or there. Gonna be. Okay. And then I believe that is on to our last team. I'm going to do all 3 cars, even though only 2 of them run consistently. This one's going to be quick. John Hunter Nemechek. should not have been brought up as early as he was, and he should never have signed a deal with Legacy Motor Club. Out of all of the cars on the field, I think it's a duel between Rick Ware Racing and Legacy Motor Club on who has the worst equipment. I want Legacy to be good, but I hate what Jimmy Johnson has done with this team. He took it, he stole it from Richard Petty, and he's drove it into the ground. John Hunter Nemechek could be good. He needed more time to cook down in the lower series, and I don't think Eric Jones, I feel bad for him about what happened to Gibbs. He didn't perform. He's still not performing. I think it's time to hang up the hat. Personal stuff aside here. Jimmy Johnson is one of the only 7 times. He's a legend of the sport. Him and Chip Ganassi put together like the best series of seasons you could ever put together. You know, he won what, 6 in a row or 5 in a row? It's incredible. At the end of the day, he left. He went to whatever he did, IndyCar. I don't care. I don't care about those other open wheel drive series. He went there and he floundered. He didn't do well, and then he tried to come back to Cup. I like having owners that were former drivers. I feel like Jimmy has taken a team from Richard Petty and bastardized it and ruined it. But I could be wrong. You know, that's the thing. We haven't really seen the outcome yet. We've only seen a very small amount of what has happened. You know, they've only been running for 2 years now. You never know. In another year, they could clean up their act and be the best cars in the garage. But I think Jimmy Johnson needs to hang it up. I think he needs to stop racing. And I think going forward that we really need to have the talk about who belongs in a Cup car. For so long now, we have just allowed anyone to come back and get in a Cup car. And I don't know. Jimmy Johnson, I think his time is done. I think his time is just done, and he needs to move on. But these are all just my opinion. There's some drivers in here that I feel like could be moved around a little bit. Kyle Larson could probably come down into A tier just by the way he runs every weekend. It's all just he said, she said bullshit. This is not like a perfect scoring. Obviously, it moves around. Priest has a really good weekend. Okay, we move him up to B tier. Or you could say Alex Bowman has a really, really good week, and he wins 2 or 3 in a row, and then all of a sudden he's an A tier. It could happen. It's unlikely, but it could happen. I'll be interested to see what happens once we've got some road courses under our belt. And who's the other one? There's another one that's like really good. Chase Elliott's pretty good at road courses. You know, this sport has changed so much. I think we have so much talent. You know, other than this line right here, the bottom line, everyone up here has a lot of talent. And I feel like Riley Herbst, with enough time in lower leagues, I feel like he'd be better. But it's unfortunate just the way he is right now in Cup. He's not good. He's not good at all. So that's how I feel. That's how it looks to me. These are all personal opinions if you don't believe that, or if you believe that. So yeah, that's what we got for right now. Here, accidentally tried to open OBS on the other screen. So I think now that we've done that fun stuff, it's 5:25. We got a couple more minutes before. Oh wow, Ross Chastain is running the 9 car. What, does Junior have an open car this season? Wow. I'm finishing up the Xfinity race. So far, it's been okay. Christopher Bell's got a little bit of a wheel rub. I'm surprised he was able to run through that. Video last time and didn't get all the way through it. So I'm going to go ahead and put this video on. So this is by MMCS. This is NASCAR's controversial crashes. So let's go ahead and get this started. And after this, I think I'm going to do a cup race. So here we go.
And there's just not enough space for everyone. The 88 goes in, and this is where the trouble starts. He forces the 3 up. The 3 makes contact with the 24. That is the damage for the left rear of the 24. And then when you get to the other end of the racetrack, I think Austin Dillon says, listen, you may be in the playoffs and I'm not, but you're just not going to run me over. He sends the 88 up the racetrack.
That was an aggressive move into turn 1 by Bowman.
And look at the guy in the bottom, that bright yellow 22. We're hearing from NASCAR. Free pass, Joey.
In 2019, Alex Bowman got turned by Austin Dillon when battling for a position in the middle of the pack. Austin Dillon got fed up with the way he was being raced by Alex Bowman and went into turn 3 and turned him around.
Under the white flag, there's a leader change, and Labonte takes the lead.
And meanwhile, Ricky Rudd trying to...
Oh, and Earnhardt spins him out.
Oh, man.
And Tony Stewart is involved with the crash, as is Mark Martin, Sterling Harlan, and several others. Dale Earnhardt takes the checkered flag.
Jimmy Spencer ran second. Bristol.
It's kind of funny you hear all the boos in the background.
Everybody loves to look back on the past and to show how great Dale Sr. was, and he was really good. But he was hated by a lot of fans, and he wrecked Texas Terry Labonte at Bristol in 1999, and it was one of the most controversial moments of his entire racing career. This would be the equivalent of like Denny Hamlin wrecking Chase Elliott, a fan favorite. The man in black spins Terry Labonte out after being raced cleanly. He dumps you immediately in the next turn, and the crowd was extremely upset with Earnhardt. This was a turning of the tides to make it even worse for Earnhardt to become the villain in the NASCAR Cup Series.
That's got to be trouble.
Kyle Busch
This chicken,
finishes, and he
you know
is
what
head
moves
onto the
from
wall here.
time with everything going on in DEI, but you shouldn't have wrecked Kyle Busch like that.
And really,
Man, it pisses me off to see stuff like that.
Hearing there may have been some contact on the racetrack. Let's see what happened. Did he have some contact from behind?
Oh, looks like Junior really got into the back of him hard.
You know, this is the difference between this car and the car tomorrow. The car tomorrow.
Oh, that's right. They're simping for the car
tomorrow. Like Junior just gave him just a little tap coming down the straightaway to kind of help pick his speed up, and it lifted the back of his car up, and he just flat lost control of it.
He took him out.
It's like a snowplow. Gets under the back of the car and just lift the rear wheels right off the ground, Andy.
What's going on here? Junior's using that top lane. He's got all that momentum. And I'm not sure that Kyle Busch knew that he was coming on the outside. Wow.
Yeah, I think you're right there. He definitely had the momentum going. And it looks like he could have got him a little tap to give him a little assistance down the straightaway like you see a lot. Man, that was a tough one.
That looked like it came out of nowhere. What happened out there with Junior?
I don't know. You'd have to ask him. I just gave him a lane to try to let him go on the outside because I knew he was going to have a run off the corner. And I got run in the back of and spun out down the back straightaway for absolutely no reason. And it was, you know, a pretty stupid move on his part. And obviously, I'm sure these guys that he's going to be working with next year don't really appreciate this because they've got a championship they can win this year and he doesn't. So, you know, I don't know what he was thinking really or what the problem was, but just is very, very unfortunate for all these Kellogg's CarQuest boys and the guys do such a great job. We had an awesome car. I thought it was going to be a car that was going to be a top 3 definitely, if not maybe a winning car. Just cruising there, riding around, minding my own business on the bottom and just got run over.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. never really got into a lot of competitors on the racetrack during his time in NASCAR. He never really ruffled any feathers or got into any confrontations. But in 2007, he accidentally wrecked Kyle Busch down the backstretch, and I don't know if it was even on accident. It could have been intentional. Interviews say how displeased Earnhardt and Busch were with one another, so it wouldn't surprise me if Earnhardt just didn't give Kyle Busch any room because how upset he was with the Busch's comments on and off the racetrack of how he felt of Junior taking his ride.
Here we go. Brain damage Boyer. Hey, Jeff Gordon had this coming, man. I wish he had actually laid hands on the guy.
I don't blame you. As soon as he comes out of that trailer, he's getting his ass.
The 2012 championship battle between Jimmy Johnson and Brad Keselowski were at an all-time high in the closing races of the season. It was a neck-and-neck fight, but who was on the verge to beat both of them? It was actually Clint Bowyer. Bowyer was only a couple points back heading into Phoenix, and with Johnson's early trouble, this put him in a prime position to capitalize and earn some great points heading into the championship race. It was up until Jeff Gordon would intentionally crash Clint Bowyer, knocking him out of the race and knocking him out of championship contention.
Kyle Busch here. Ooh, close.
Wide into turn 4. That moves Kyle Busch all the way up the racetrack. He has to catch it. Holding it to the wall. And Hornaday catches the wall.
Caution's out, caution's out.
Caution is going to come out. Both drivers trying to get by. Looked like the 17 of Timothy Peters. They slid up the racetrack, and now Kyle Busch not happy at all.
It's all good, dude.
And Kyle Busch is going to turn the 33 to the wall. Championship contender Hornaday in the wall.
Well, Kyle Busch should be.
Stuff like that, where Kyle Busch fans, it's like, can you not see how bad this guy was back in his prime? Like, stuff like that is horrible. As good of a driver as he is, he's a very, very good driver. Stuff like that would drive me nuts. That's not okay. There's nothing okay about what he just did. I don't care how upset you are with a pass. Doing that under caution is just, it's stupid. It's so ignorant. And it shows we're in a different system. It's not like they can just work on their car. But, man, that would piss me off so bad.
Parked for this race and maybe the rest of the season for that. Holy cow, I can't believe he did
Championship
that.
contender Ron Hornaday hard into the wall. Kyle Busch sends him in.
You all right? You know, we saw him playing games like that at Martinsville, but we're running over 180 miles an hour here.
Window net down on the 33 of Hornaday.
Kyle
Hornaday has to go up.
Kyle squeezes down on Ron, but Ron he's got to be in control of this truck. They both do a little bit of contact into the wall, but I believe those trucks could be repaired and maybe race for the win still.
And the caution has come out now. Right now, the caution is already out.
A little bit more damage on Ron Hornaday's truck. Very minimal damage to that 18 truck, but this is when he's going to show his displeasure to Ron Hornaday. He gets up against him, and he just won't never turn him loose, Mikey. He's running wide open in the back of that truck, and he finally turns him head on into that outside wall.
Kyle Busch would knock Ron Hornaday out of championship contention at Texas in 2011. Under caution, Busch would full throttle and send Hornaday into the outside retaining wall hard. This would ultimately ruin Ron Hornaday's chances at winning a championship with only 3 races left in the season. Kyle Busch would race often in the NASCAR Truck Series with only wins to gain and nothing to lose. Hornaday, on the other hand, had everything to lose. He was battling for a championship, and Busch took that away from him in a heartbeat in an action because of rage.
It's like the 18 of Busch is loose on corner exit. You see the car wiggle around and move around a lot. Right now, he's got a little momentum.
Again, to the bottom of the racetrack. Under 5 laps to go. Kyle Busch hooks the left side. He takes a lead there into the wall. Kyle Busch into the wall. All the way up to the wall, and the caution comes out. He collects the 3 of Ty Dillon. He's sideways, but he lurches out front. The white flag one more time around. Jones gets tagged by the 54. Whoa! Ty Gibbs out front. Jones around. Caution comes out.
Ty Gibbs was already locked in. He did not need to win this race. He took out his teammate to win this race. I'm convinced he'd sell you out for a goddamn sandwich. Why? Why would you do stuff like that? That tells me he should not be in Cup.
It's going to be hard to swallow for the driver of the 19. Let's take a look, guys.
Yeah, they get down into the braking zone and he just right into the back.
I couldn't work for an organization that was going to allow.
It doesn't take much of a race car driver to run another guy over from behind. It's one thing to hit him in the door or the quarter panel if it's contested, but this right here is squared up, bumper to bumper. Unimpressed. Hit him so hard it buckled the hood. Yeah, Ty Gibbs punted the 19 of Brandon Jones. And now he's going to celebrate in front of the crowd here. And this crowd is very educated.
and we'll see what they think about.
You know,
what Ty
it's fine
Gibbs
because,
just
you know,
did when he
Jesus.
In
Jesus
2022,
was
the
hated.
NASCAR Xfinity Series headed into Martinsville for the penultimate round of 8. This would send drivers home and 4 drivers with a shot at the championship the next week. Brandon Jones was on the cusp of making the Final 4, and all he had to do was win. And with a teammate behind him, nothing could go wrong, right? Well, Ty Gibbs would intentionally overdrive turn number 1, sending Brandon Jones up the track and into the wall. Ty Gibbs was already locked into the Final 4, so he didn't necessarily need this win. And Brandon Jones needed to win to help him lock in his spot in the Final 4. Unfortunately for Jones, he wouldn't get this opportunity as his teammate would take it away from him.
Remember, he was a car on the bottom, and he just ran Chastain up
The
the
funny part is,
racetrack. And
who is about to
then,
win in the
trouble
Xfinity
ensued
race right
behind
now?
him.
Christopher Bell
Brandon
as
Jones.
well.
He
We
just
see
took
that
the white
in top
flag.
corner of the screen, a 20 car.
Yeah, Hamlin, you know, you
Denny
might
loves
wanna
to
know
run
that
people into the
retaliation.
wall
That's
at
just
Pocono.
Hamlin saying, "Look,
That's
I'm
the only
not
way
giving
he
you any
wins
room.
at that
You're
track.
not giving me any room. This is a race for the win. You know, if whatever happens, happens. I'm going to go up the racetrack. He didn't intentionally wreck him, but he sure
Yes, he
ran
did.
him out of the groove.
Denny Hamlin and Ross Chastain were the big rivalry of 2022. In one of the most blatant retaliations and most disgusting ways I've ever seen Denny Hamlin win a race is when he overdrove turn number 2, claimed he didn't touch Ross Chastain, and threw him in the wall.
He did it the next season to
Chastain
Chase.
ended up
Or no, it was
crashed
Kyle.
and ultimately taken out of contention to win at Pocono.
And it seems to be working. Jeff Gordon won at Sonoma 2 weeks ago, then was caught up in a late race crash at Daytona last week. That crash cost him critical points, knocked him out of the top 10, but right now he's on the bumper of the leader. Oh! Kenseth goes around off the front end of Gordon. And automatically you think of what happened at Bristol between the 17 and the 24 that resulted in that shoving incident on pit road after the race.
I'd take a look at that again. I think that Kenseth probably got a little bit loose going in there because Gordon was so close.
This is one of the things I hate about announcers is they always try to play devil's advocate
Goes
for
around
terrible
Matt Kenseth.
actions.
Then Kenseth racing hard with Gordon, got into his bumper.
That's right, take him out.
Won, and went over to apologize to Jeff Gordon. Matt admitted he probably should have waited in the heat of the battle for that to settle down. Now let's take a look at what just happened here. And keep in mind, this could send us to overtime, and fuel could be a factor.
The 17.
Matt was just one of those drivers, though. He's just so cool, like a cucumber. So you know, like, in instances like that, he more than likely did not intentionally wreck Gordon.
Slowed down for some reason right there. I mean, whether he got loose or whatever, I'm not saying that it was Matt's fault that he got spun out, but it did look like his car slowed down right there.
We heard Kenseth tell his crew on the radio that, what did he say, if NASCAR is consistent, they will black flag the 24. Is that not what he said?
Yes, and remember that Jeff Gordon is on probation.
But Jeff Gordon isn't always on the receiving end of a chicken move. Jeff Gordon actually got into Matt Kenseth at Chicagoland in 2006 and sent him spinning for the lead. This was definitely a horrible move by Jeff Gordon, and it was so obvious he did this on purpose.
Great racing.
I understand the frustration.
Especially for the lead
Honestly,
here. This tire
those
that
are the
Goodyear's
boys.
bought is allowing these guys to race like this.
Have at
I think he might get him right here.
He's got it.
Oh,
the contact. And he takes the position back. Uh-oh, Kyle, will he retaliate? Yes, he
You can always figure
Joey
Kyle's
Logano
going
goes
to
past. He
retaliate.
gets through it. The caution is out.
Come on.
And there is damage to the points leader. Don't forget the Owners' Championship.
Who was that, Brad Keselowski?
It was 4 points in favor of that car, the 18 over the 22. And when the 22 was in front, it had switched to a 6-point lead for Penske Racing. And now this.
Talk about eventful. Kyle Busch had an eventful 2019 race at Watkins Glen. So let's break it down for you. Busch would make contact entering turn number 1 extremely early on in the race with William Byron, the number 24 car. After this, Kyle Busch would go down the backstretch at full speed, sending William Byron into the bus stop at a high rate of speed. Byron would lose positions and almost damage his race car with going through the grass. Under caution, William Byron would go after Kyle Busch. He would full send it into Busch's rear end, but Kyle Busch would brake check him, damaging his car even worse. Hopefully, Byron would have learned his lesson from this, that you don't poke the bear, and the bear is Kyle Busch. But that wasn't the only incident
Kyle
he
Busch
had
had
on the
such
day.
an anger
Bubba
issue.
Wallace would make
I would not
contact
want
on
to
the
screw with him.
racetrack time and time again until Bubba Wallace had enough of it. Down the front stretch they go, side by side, banging doors, and Kyle Busch should be spun out
If
by
anybody's
Bubba
got a
Wallace
worse
as the
temper
crowd
than
would
Kyle,
erupt
it's
in
probably
cheers.
Bubba.
This day turned from horrible to
Bubba's
even
got a bit
worse
of a
for Kyle
temper.
Busch, as he would lose even more positions and create an enemy on the racetrack.
Interesting turn of events that have taken place to start this race.
Listen, when you come to a road course, you have issues with the same people, it seems, every time. Right here at the 18 of Kyle Busch, this seems harmless to me. He gets underneath the 24 of William Byron. I thought this was no harm, no foul. I don't think Kyle Busch likes it. A few laps later, he sends the 24. We saw him go through the grass. We weren't sure how he got there. He got sent by the 18.
Okay. I finished it off. Okay, coast it around. Coast it around. And if I see that 18 come back around here without you knocking the of them, we're going to have a problem.
That was checking out to his driver.
Oh,
so
no. Don't say that over the radio, you
damage?
idiot.
After the green and white checker, you see the 18 slowing down. William Byron goes up and runs into the back of him to show him his displeasure.
Ruins his
the
car.
problem is the damage is all to the 24.
And Steve, we've heard this before, the crew chief getting mad, telling the driver to react. Listen,
Don't
I don't blame
do
him
that.
for being mad, but you got to let the driver handle it. If not, you end up with situations like this. Now, who
That
came
was
out
dumb.
on the short end of the stick? William Byron has a car that's destroyed. You got to let the driver handle it the way he feels is best. If not, you can walk into a fight that you end up losing.
You've seen it all in nonstop, and the crowd here loved it when Bubba Wallace got behind the 18 and turned him.
The chaos everywhere around this 2.5-mile, 7-turn road course, and it started with a 7-time champion, Jimmy Johnson. We know the pressure, and you see right here, Bubba Wallace and Kyle Busch beating and banging down the front stretch. A big shot by Kyle Busch. Bubba Wallace says, I don't care, you're done. I'm sending you into turn 1. And listen, Bubba Wallace might have become a fan favorite with that move.
Honestly,
Yeah, a lot of
I wish that had been
here.
like the hero
And
moment.
both drivers very aggressive on the front stretch. And
The
then Bubba
unfortunate
Wallace,
part is
after the
Kyle Busch
18
still
went
has a
by,
lot of
just
fans,
decided,
even
well,
though
you're not
he
gonna-
races the way he does.
You're not going to go any further around this turn. I'm going to spin you.
Yeah, and this was the second accident in a cycle, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I mean, we remember where Bubba Wallace was turned around in the carousel. I think we know how that all started. Seems to be something going on with these drivers throughout the race.
The other incident you saw was the 48 of
Don't say
Jimmy
Junior.
Johnson got into the tire barrier.
Yeah, I was watching that, guys, as we were all watching it under nonsense.
Oh, okay, that is it on that one. So what we're going to do is I'm going to take a quick little break once again to, do the thing. And when we come back, we will get into some NASCAR heat. Righty. I haven't used playtime at all today. Oh, okay. Do I still have Ooh, oh, well, that's fine. We're going to pause this anyway. All right. All right, I'm just going to have to do a little bit of reorganizing. Minimize those. Do that. Keep this stream thing on here. Turn the game capture on. It was already on. Open Steam. Here we go. NASCAR Heat. I can't remember how loud it is, so might have to adjust. All right, looks good. I can't remember if I was in the way last time. I think it probably would look better over the cup racing. But let's see. I love how they have this whole thing they put together. They've got truck racing, Xfinity racing, all this series, and then when they do the wheel-ins, or the modifieds, it's always game footage. It's never like the actual wheel-in modifieds in real life. They couldn't even go to the track for one day to get some footage. But what about okay. It's weird it plays racing. I wouldn't think it would just immediately play racing. All right, so we're going to do another quick race. Maybe one day I'll get into racing a campaign on this. Let's see if we can find someone worth driving. TriStar Motorsports. They had already gotten rid of. Yeah, there was no target paint scheme on this car. There was plenty of DC Solar, credit 1. Oh, what was that one? Colrums? I don't know that paint scheme. Ooh, Jamie McMurray's in this game. Ooh, we might play Jamie McMurray. He has an Arctic scheme. We'll go through. Oh, he has a Sherwin-Williams scheme too. Who is this man? Paul Menard was still racing at this point. Oh, we got No Neck Newman. Oh, I might be racing as No Neck Newman. He's got a Granger car. All right, we might come back to him. Danica Patrick was racing for Premium at that point. Who is Premium Motorsports? I don't even know half of these teams. I know Front Row. I know Rick Ware. Reed Sorensen in an all-black car. That means he was probably racing for himself at that point. He probably was the owner of Premium. Ricky Stenhouse was in the 17 for RFK at this point. Or it was still just Roush Fenway. Kozlowski hadn't come along yet. Daniel Suarez was... What? Did I not know about this lore? Daniel Suarez raced for Joe Gibbs? I didn't know that. Martin Truex was still with Furniture Row. Bubba was still racing for the Petty. JTG Doherty Racing. Wow. Eric Amarola. Trevor Bain. No, that's Ryan Blaney. Alex Bowman, man. It's funny because I always say he looks young just now looking at him, but he looks young there too. Ooh, we got Clint Boyer. Any good paint schemes? No, not really. Chris Buescher was driving for... Oh, JTG Jordy. Okay. Kurt Busch. And I call Kyle Busch, KY Jelly Bush, because back when I used to play a lot of NASCAR Heat 5, they abbreviated Kyle as KY and Kurt as KU. So I would always call him KY Jelly because it was back of his car was KY. Oh my gosh, babyface Byron! Ross Chastain still looks pretty much the same. Custom. Okay, so we're going to go with Ryan Newman. I'm going to race with Ryan Newman. Where was the boy? Oh, I missed a ton of drivers because I started on Casey Kane. So Eric Jones was in the 20. Jimmy Johnson was still racing at this point. Timmy Hill, Daniel Hemrick. Wow. He was racing for Still Racing, which should have known. Denny Hamlin, Dave Gilliland, Gray Goulding. I don't know that guy. Chase Elliott, Ty Dillon. Ty Dillon was in the 13. He was with RCR still. It's crazy that RCR used to run 3 cars. And they were all pretty much the same quality back then as they are now. Okay, so we're going to go with No Neck Newman. And Ryan Newman is going to win a race in one of his later seasons. We're going to race the Granger car. Oh, it's got Twitter on it too. Very nice, even though Twitter is no longer Twitter. Do we want to go with like the obvious and just race Darlington? No, I don't have any throwback schemes. I don't really want to race Darlington with no throwbacks. I don't want to race... yeah, screw it. We'll race Darlington. You know, just get into the oh no, I need to go back. I didn't adjust the difficulty. I don't want it to be super easy again. I want to have a little bit of challenge. The Bojangles Southern 500. This takes longer to load than I would think it would. All right, let's get back so I can adjust difficulty. Race. We're going to go auto hard. We're going to race 500, so 250. Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, I want strict yellows. I want there to be a caution. If someone spins, there should be a caution. Quick qualify. Yes. All right, let's do it. I might not win, but I'll have fun doing it. I would rather have a little bit of difficulty than race the whole race on easy street.
You're clear of the road.
So I hate Darlington, honestly, race-wise. That's probably part of the reason I didn't want to do it. Because Darlington, you race right up here all the time. And coming out of that corner, I always feel like I'm getting washed up into the wall. Does it give you a map of the track at one point? In one of these? No? There's no map of the track anymore? Track maps are nice. And so Darlington, turns 3 and 4 are a lot longer than turns 1 and 2. It's an odd oval. It's not really an oval, I guess. Well, that would still be an oval. So most guys don't duck down coming through that corner. They stay high or they stay low. That's going to be an issue on the controller, for sure. Getting slightly faster as we go. I feel like if I just hug down low, stay on my... Nope, I'm going to hit the wall. probably going to be some wall touching. It's almost inevitable. I'll probably do like 2 or 3 more practice laps and then give it a shot. And there's a big jump coming back up onto the track, isn't there? Yeah, Granger is one of those companies that over the last like 10 years has like wrapped every workplace, any like trades workplace, around their little finger. They're like, oh, order from us, we'll give you a discount. It's like, okay, you're going to discount the stuff that you overcharge for? Really? Okay. Makes sense to me. And the company probably looks at it as, oh, well, if they order through there, then they can stay on task. It's like, you don't understand what we do for a living, do you? Unfortunately, you can't be on hump all the time. There is going to be downtime in every job. Granger's good, but Granger's does not have the right options for everything. Trying to buy pipe fittings off of Granger is one of the biggest pains in the ass in the world. It makes me like so irritated. I looked over at the other screen for a second. That's why I ducked down so low. Boom. Alright. We're going to bring it down pit lane next time around. We're done. We're bringing it in. We're going to go qualify. We'll see how well we do. Chase Elliott. .45 miles per hour. All right. Go ahead and go to our pits. Next session. Let's go ahead and qualify.
Time to go here. Time to go.
5 to go. I'd rather be less than 5 to go. I'm not running 5 laps to qualify. I'm going to run 1 lap. Yeah, Ryan Newman, he's not racing for anybody at this point, though he is kind of, he ran in 2023 for Rick Ware Racing, and Cody Ware got in his little domestic abuse thing.
Here we go.
And so, while he's not a current driver, it's cool that I've gotten a chance to see him. He didn't do super well at New Hampshire, but it's just, there's something about like having a NASCAR legend still in the field is pretty cool. Because you figure all the other ones are gone. All the ones from when I used to watch NASCAR are gone. Even as much of a punk as he was, Kurt Busch, one of them, he's gone too. It's not great, it's not terrible. Were there 4 RCR cars still back then? Man, that's hard to believe. Ooh, under the lights. All right. We'll start back in 16th. This might be a little rough. Danny Heinrich, also on my team. Martin Truex Jr. is the pole winner. Well, it looks like we might have Martin Truex Jr. winning this one. We're going to have to try some weird pit strategies. I'm going to try to see how the stages are split up. We got 250 laps. Let's see how much work we can get done in 250 laps.
Car there's on your inside.
Oh, no, wait. Do we actually have throwback schemes for some of these people? Can you not run me up into the fence, Chase?
Hang tight there, driver. Hold this line here. Car there's on your inside.
If I could get low, I think I'd be better. It's just being in this high line is rough. Oh yeah, they do have throwback schemes. That's cool. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I just got to start slowly picking off cars. We got a fast one here. It's more just getting the work in. Like I said, oh, you said top lane's free. You did too. He said top lane's free. Use it if you need it. Okay, how much gas do I actually have? 27 laps. Oh, the Joey Logano, the old Pennzoil. It's Ernie Irvan paint scheme. That's awesome.
All right, now you're clear.
I'm overdriving these corners a little bit. I need to calm it down. Eric Amarola. It's hard when you're on mouse when you're on a controller.
Still there. Stay on the bottom here for me. Still there. All right, clear high, bud. Inside.
Yeah, that's the problem with this racetrack. I struggle so much at it because it's the whole trying to run the top the whole way around. Especially on a controller, it's hard to do. McMurray also running for RCR. Oh no, he's not running for RCR at this point. That's same team that Kyle Larson runs for, or ran for. That's Chip Ganassi Racing. Alex Bowman in the 88. Stop! Just let him know, hey, I'm not going to put up with that. Back onto the gas. He took the line away only to like give it up again. Oh, good run on him in that last corner. There we go. For some reason, they have a lot more purchase coming out of the corner than we do. 41 to go in this stage. Got 21 lap. I got 22 laps of fuel left.
You're all clear up top. Car outside.
I don't know how these tires last at this track.
You're all clear. Car outside.
Maybe that's part of my problem is it doesn't shift on its own. I'm struggling to get around Larson and keep him gone. But with coming out of the corner, I feel like he's got a lot more purchase. Like I need to be in a lower gear. Is this a drafting track? I noticed like
Track's all yours, bud. You're clear.
whenever you get behind someone, they act like you should be drafting. Yeah, just gotta get better on my exit of turn 2. I'm gonna have to pause and look at my phone. I got a text message that's just gonna keep going off. If I don't. Blocking everyone. Pulling the real Ryan Newman right here. Let's check it real quick. Still racing. If I had picked any other track, this would have been an easy victory. Oh, here we go. All right, let's go ahead and bring it in. With 35 laps to go. Yeah, let's bring it in. Let's clean everything up. And then we'll start from the back. So we should be able to make up some positions. Why is there a car smoking already? Is it Danica Patrick?
Coming to the green. All right, be ready. Green light. Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel. Top lane straight here. Use it if you need it. Top lane straight.
I feel like we're about to have another caution.
Still there. Got a car up top. Got a car high now. You just stay on the bottom right here.
I'm just
Still
trying
there.
to ease it back into the gas coming out of this turn.
Clear all around. Clear all around. Hang tight there, driver. Hold this line here.
Trevor Bain. I figured there was no reason to not just come in and put tires on at least.
Down the bottom right here. All right, careful now. Still there.
Put on some tires, fill the car back up, and see if maybe on the next run of pit cycles, maybe we can play around with just fueling and see if we can gain some track position that way. Because we're going to have to come back in anyway, or the whole stage. But that doesn't mean that another well-placed caution could put us right there. You just got to take your gifts when you can get them. Sometimes you'll win on these plays, sometimes you'll lose on them. That's how pit strategy is.
Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel. Clear all around.
That's another thing too, is I've been kind of up front for most of the race, or I've been like within the top 20, so it's not like I'm outside of good running order. It's hard because I don't want to nose too hard into Larson, but I do too wide. Darlington, it's like you're not passing. There we go.
Still there.
There we go. I'll be happy with the top 10 finish. Top 10 finish racing for RCR is not bad.
Coming to the cross line. Halfway this time up. Car outside. Hold your line here.
Man, I'm only just barely 2 laps short.
Outside.
Hey, I gotta play this just like Ryan Newman. Ryan Newman would block the hell out of that, especially from Joey Logano. Well, Ryan Newman was the old guard, and Joey Logano was kind of the new guard coming in. At this point, Joey had pretty much proven himself that he was a pretty good racer. He'd still done some dumb stuff. I think this was after the Matt Kenseth wreck. Now it's looking like I'm only like maybe 1 lap from the good. Who is that that's gaining on me? Is that Jamie McMurray?
No mistake. Car high, careful now. Easy. Car outside. Car outside. All right, clear.
Oh, please tell me this isn't lap traffic. No, Clint Boyer's not lap traffic. Sorensen is.
Hang tight there, driver. Hold this line here. All right, clear high, bud. Still there. Clear all around.
There we go. One more position. I'm in the top 10. The AI struggles to maneuver around lap traffic for some reason. I'm surprised we caught it so fast because I don't feel like we've been green for that many laps. Daniel Hemrick.
Careful. Still there. All right, now you're clear. Car in front of you is coming to the pit. Caution. Caution.
Okay. So now we question. So we're going to come in. We have 16 laps to go. And I'm going to be just short on fuel. We're going to come in, do right sides, and we're going to do just enough fuel to get us to the end. We'll do one full can. Okay. Whew. This will at least keep us in contention. Wow. That worked out better than I thought it was going to. I might even be able to pick up some stage points.
Going green. Be ready here. Green flag, green. Car there's on your inside. Inside. Clear all around. Got a car up top. He's up top. Got a car high now. Outside, outside. All clear, all clear. And to go. Car on the outside now, outside. You got all the room you need. You're clear. Inside, inside, inside. Careful now, still there.
Come on.
Car there is on the outside. Outside. Track's all yours, bud. You're clear. Awesome. Got one down low now. Got one down low. Inside.
I don't understand how they can run it in so deep. It's almost like they don't lift going around that corner. Yeah, and that little kick out at the end of that corner gets me every time.
Five more. Outside, outside. Car high, careful now. Easy. low, bud. Clear low. Hold your line. You got one inside. Hold your line. Outside, outside. Top lane straight here. Use it if you need it. Top lane straight. I need 2 more. Star lap driver. Keep it going.
So basically what I've learned from this experiment is I want to be in the lead at the end. No sooner, because it's hard to block here and I can't run the same line they can.
Last lap. This time up.
All right, 6th place isn't bad though. We'll take 6th.
Top 10 that stage. That's worth a few points.
All right, we'll put some new tires on it, splash it back up with fuel. We'll try again next stage. Put 4 tires on it. Okay. Good stage. I think I'm finally starting to understand the line a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see on this next restart. All right, I'm up in. Oh, well, I didn't lose anything. I didn't gain a position, didn't lose a position.
Green flag.
I'm picking up.
Be ready. Ready.
Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Hold your line. You got one inside. Hold your line.
Of course, it's Ryan Blaney.
Inside, inside, inside. All clear.
It seems like that turn more than the others. I get a little loose about halfway through. Ah! With the controller, I get so squirrely around other cars, and then I'll end up tapping a wall.
Draw clear up top. Hang tight there, driver. Hold this line here. Car outside. Car outside.
Well, I get. Ooh, oh, oh, oh. What do we have? Oh, no. Oh, what a terrible time for caution. 41 laps remaining. You can only go 29 laps. So about 30 laps on a tank of gas would be about 10 laps short. So let's see how many laps short we are after that. That's going to put us pretty much at the end of the field.
Got one down low now. Got one down low. Inside.
38 laps left, so we're about 10 laps short.
Bottom lane clear. Bottom lane is clear. Draw clear up top. Need you to stay on the bottom right here. Careful now. Still there. All clear. All clear. Still there. Track's all yours, bud. You're clear. All clear. Clear all around. Clear all around. Stay on the bottom here for me. Still there. Careful. Still there. Clear all around. Clear high. Clear high. Stay low. Still there. Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel. You got all the room you need. You're clear.
Elon, now is a bad time to get in my way. Just going after a plate that has rice on it. Nothing else.
Still there. Clear high. Clear high.
I wonder if cars slowing down to go on pit road is what causes cautions. Because it always seems like, oh, they're coming to pit lane, and then caution. It seems like every single time that happens. I lifted a little early there. Trying to see if I can get back on the gas just a little bit earlier than them. And I'll play their exit game. I know they're AIs, but still, sometimes you can get a little bit of an edge braking just a little early. There, I did not brake early. Ooh, here we go. Looks like Kyle Larson's still with Jamie McMurray. It's funny, it's almost like they're just hanging out together. Yep, it is those two. My only problem is I didn't take tires that last pit stop. I probably should have. But my thought is, I don't have to put as much gas in. Because I'm only going to need to fill about halfway next pit cycle. Well, that's not true. I'm how much? 10 laps short. Oh, more than 10. I'm like... Oh, less than 10. I'm, what, 7 laps short? It's weird the AI that have almost been built to be good at this track and the ones that are bad. Like Martin Truex is good. Denny Hamlin's good. But Joey Logano is not good? What is that?
Stay low. Careful now. Still there. All right, now you're clear. That car there is on your inside. He's inside. All right, now you're clear.
That is why I try. Oh my god. It's one of the worst problems with the AI because the AI drives a completely different line than you. Oh, flying hell.
Got a car up top,
Well, I did bump into him a couple times and try to tell him. That was my Dale Earnhardt move. I told you to move. You decided not to. I'll have words with him after the race.
Car there is on the outside. Outside.
How are them tires looking? That right front is tore up.
Careful now. Still there. Clear all around. All right, clear outside. Still there.
There's Ross.
Clear all around. All right, clear outside. Top lane's free here. Use it if you need it. Top lane's free.
Alright, I think we'll bring it in here in a few laps. And we will put right sides on and fill it up.
Inside.
I'm literally riding on Alex Bowman. Get out of my way, Alex. Oh, get me back out there.
You're clear of the road.
That was bold pit strategy. It didn't exactly work, but We're in the top 10. Sometimes you got to get bold with your pit strategies. Sometimes they work, other times they don't.
Gotta focus here. All right, now you're clear. Outside, outside. All right, now you're clear.
Too low. Ah, yes, hello, we have Elon the cat here, sitting here staring at me. What do you think, my fine furry friend?
All right, now you're clear. Five laps to go. Still there. All clear. You're clear up top. Clear all around.
That was weird with that 92 car. It almost looked like a real person was driving that. Yeah, I definitely have a better long run car than a short run car.
Clear all around. Clear all around. Couple more turns. Two more. Two to go.
This is what I mean. This AI is so dumb. Ryan Blaney will not just go outside the lines.
Car outside. All right, now you're clear. White flag. Come on, dig, driver.
Top 5 though. I'm pretty excited about that. What this team needs right here. So maybe, hopefully we can stay green. Whew. Maybe we can stay green. Rim. We'll put all 4 tires on and we're going to repair all our damage. And it might put us a little bit farther back in the field, but you know what? We're going to fight our way. We're going to stay green this whole run. And we are going to work our way towards top 10 finish.
Be ready. Ready. Car there's on your inside. 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 Careful, still there. Stay up high here. Stay up high. Careful, still there. Still there.
Yeah, so they almost drive it down into the into turn 1
Careful, still there.
on the gas, and then get off the gas while they're in the turn.
Got a car up top. Got a car high now. All clear. Yep.
All right, I gotta clean up my corners a little bit.
All right, be smart out there. Going green. Almost ready. Green flag, green flag. Outside, outside. Car outside. Car outside. That car there's on your inside. Inside. Outside, outside. Clear all around. Inside, inside. Clear all around. All right, now you're clear.
Oops.
All right, you're coming to the green. Be ready here. Got one down low now. Got one down low. Inside.
Kind of weird how I didn't start
One down low now.
in on the
Got
side
one
of
down low.
Boyer. I started like behind him.
Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel.
Like I said, though, I have more of a long run car than a short run car.
All right, careful now. Still there. Track's all yours, bud. You're clear. Awesome. All right, careful now. Still there. All right, careful now. Still there.
Why does it struggle to come off of that turn?
Hard on the outside. Outside. Still there. Hard on the outside. Outside. Top lane straight here. Use it if you need it. Top lane straight. All right, now you're clear. Need you to stay on the bottom right here. Still there. Still there.
I spun Denny out twice. I'd really like to not spin him out this time.
car there is on the outside. Outside. Clear all around.
Yeah, I don't need 30 laps to get within my next window for pit cycles. So I can pit any time, it looks like. I think I'm going to try to go 3 more laps or 5 more laps and then pit. And I'm just going to do gas and go.
Inside, sir, you're inside. Inside. Inside, sir, driver. Hold this line here. Car high. Careful now. Easy. All clear. All clear. Clear all the way to the bottom. Clear down low.
Alright, I don't want to get up in their pit cycle, caught up in their pit cycle. I want to go into pit lane alone. So I'm going to pit this time by.
Watch your speed, please.
Right side tires, fill it up, put as much fuel in it as you can. No repairs. Let's do this thing. With my luck, half the time when I do this, I come in and then they throw the caution flag. So I might go a couple laps down doing this, but you know what? It's gotta happen. We'll put right sides on. All right, get out of the way, boys. Get out of the way. Now everyone else is going to cycle into their pits. Which means next pit cycle we can just worry about putting enough fuel in to get us to the end of the race and changing all 4 tires. That is not even freaking funny. God, that's irritating. I hate that this game does that. Let's just keep it green.
Have a good day. Be ready. Ready. Green, green, green.
Well, you try to build a race based off pit strategy, and then it does something like that. And it's like, well, my whole pit strategy was built around everyone else coming into pit.
Careful, still there.
So now everyone has a little bit more fuel than me, but they're also all in front of me. So
Careful now, still there.
hopefully, so
Clear outside.
what I'm going to do is the second
Outside now.
that I can be good on fuel while pitting, I'm going to pit, put 4 tires on, and fill it up. So once we have 30 laps to go, I'm going to come in, pit, fill it up.
Clear all around. Clear all around. Stay low. Careful now. Still there. Car outside. Car outside. Outside, outside. You got all the room you need. You're clear. Stay on the bottom here for me. Hang tight there, driver. Hold this line. Stay low, stay low. Careful, still there. Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel. Still there. Still there. Careful now, still there. Car on the outside now, outside. All right, now you're clear.
The most consistent races for Austin Dillon I've ever seen.
Stay low. Careful, still there.
Jamie McMurray's worked his way all the way up to 9th.
Car on the outside now, outside. Careful, still there.
Run at 9th, so it's not like we're doing terrible, especially with how many times we've been shuffled to the back of the pack. I feel like with a little bit more consistency, we would have had a lot better of a run. If I understood the line here at Darlington, we would have done a lot better. So I'll take a lot of the blame. That last pit cycle was dumb. That's why I'm kind of thinking of coming in now. Within the next 5 laps. Come in, fill it up, put forced tires on it. And pray that we don't get another caution. I guess I can wait till 1 lap before, but that's the problem, is they're on a different strategy at this point. So if I wait till 1 lap before, then come in, then it's going to happen exactly when I go to pit, and I'll be on pit lane, and I'll go down a lap on pit lane. I'll wait till 29. 29 to go. I'm going to come down pit lane, put 4 tires on, fill it with fuel. And I hope that we stay green. This game likes to create stupid cautions. That's why I'm really excited for the next NASCAR game. I can't wait for it to come out. Because hopefully we'll be done with all that random BS. Alright, I'm going to trust in the process. I'm going to trust in the racecraft. I'm going to pit lane this time by.
Slow down.
Four tires, no damage. 29. Let's do 2 full cans. Oh man, pit road speed feels really slow. I'm scared. Elon, I'm scared. I know, it's almost time for them to eat. That's why she's being a bully now. We only got 29 laps left, so let's throw all the tires on here and we'll run this thing to the end. It's always bugged me about the gas man, that they literally have him walk back to the wall, but he doesn't change out his gas can. He just comes back, nodding his head, and just throws an empty gas can back on the car. Alright. We'll see if we can make up our position under green. Hopefully, it stays green.
Careful, still there. Car outside. Car outside. Top lane straight here. Use it if you need it. Top lane straight.
Put 4 tires on just because figure we're racing towards the end here.
Car outside. Hold your line here. Hold the wheel. All right, now you're clear.
Oh my goodness! Yes! Stupid game! Jesus! Why? Why does it always friggin' have to do that? It's always like, oh yes, you... Oh my God. Stupid. It's dumb. Because it's a generated caution. The game does it on purpose. So if I had waited... That's so frustrating.
All right, be smart out there. Going green.
Because they're randomly generated cautions. It'll be like, oh, well, this person spun out doing this. It's this friggin' game. It is one of the most irritating things about this video game.
Stay on the bottom here for me. Still there.
Yep, so now everyone's on fresh tires. So our goal at this point is just try to get a top 20, which I think we can do.
Clear high. Clear all around.
And honestly, we have 27 laps. Hopefully it just stays green. If it stays green, I think we can get up in the top 5.
Stay low. Still there.
We got a good car. We got a really good car.
Careful now. Easy.
It's all about the race staying green. This game is just annoyingly dumb when it comes to that. Because it'll take pit strategy and it basically throws it out the window. Like, that's the problem, is cautions shouldn't just be randomly generated in the game. They should be real. They should be actual racing incidents that happen. The problem is the game goes, okay, let's create cautions around the time where we have pit windows. It's like, oh no, stop, don't do that. All right, we got top 20, so now let's try to get a top 10.
Stay low. Still there.
Thanks, Danica.
Car outside. Hold your line here.
Oh my freaking god. This is way too accurate of a Danica Patrick, except she saved the car. Danica Patrick would have wrecked that car. She would not have saved it.
Car on the outside now, outside.
That's what she basically did to Denny and then cried about it.
All right, clear outside.
Oops.
Still there. Clear all around.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I don't think Grange sponsors a car anymore in NASCAR. But what is it? Global Industries or whatever they do. They sponsor the 21 car in Xfinity, which bugs me because so back when I used to work for a big company that was on the road heating and cooling company,
Still there.
going house to house, cleaning boilers, furnaces, taking care of equipment. I used to use a very specific pair of gloves that the company would buy. And I fell in love with these gloves. They're awesome heavy-duty gloves that are like, you could almost multi-use them if you needed to, but they remind me of like what Dennis used. They're really, really heavy-duty.
All right, now you're clear.
Oh my gosh.
Caution's out.
Freaking Joey Logano wrecked himself, basically. Well, he didn't give me room. Maybe I got into him. It's just we're getting close to the end of the race and tensions are getting high. Okay, we're in the top 12. Oh no! Oh, I'm stuck on the top line.
Lead spread out here.
I would have fallen back and gotten right behind Harvick if we could choose.
Green flag. Car there's on your inside. Inside.
Oops. Hey, sometimes you got to be a little aggressive. Okay, about the bottom line now. This should help. Being on that top line really screwed me over there.
Car is off. Coming to the green. All right, be ready.
But yeah, so every time I order gloves from that company, Global Industries or whatever, they send me a manual, and I get a friggin' book with Austin Hill's face on it, and I go, I hate you. That's all I've ever bought. All I've ever bought is gloves. So I spend maybe $50 a year on gloves, maybe. Probably not even that. And they send me a friggin' book. So whenever I buy them in bulk. I'll buy like 5-6 boxes. Just because I figure, if I'm going to buy them, there's no reason to just buy one box of gloves. I think I still have like... Last time they said that they were discontinuing them, so I bought more than I needed.
Car there is on the outside.
And then this time around, they still had them, and I figured, if I'm going to buy them, I bought like 5 boxes. I think they're like $12 a box.
Clear all around. Car on the outside now, outside. Clear high, clear high. Five laps to go.
Come on, baby. I think my part of my problem is letting off too early.
All right, 2 laps left. Let's take off.
Yeah, it's just... I never really got the entry and exit of these corners down.
Last lap, this time by.
Yeah, it is what it is. Hey, you can't complain about a top 5. Almost got podium. I would have. I feel like we would have won that race if the pit strategy hadn't gotten all screwed up. I hate the fact that it's always like, oh yeah, we're gonna throw a caution pretty close to. Oh, I meant to watch replays. Brad Keselowski had the fastest lap. Martin Truex, most laps led. Hey, at least he didn't win. Who actually won the race? Clint Boyer on the move. Oh, ball! I passed the most cars in that race easily. Tough break. Oh, he must have been the car that was smoking at the end. But finished 4th. Who won? Oh, Brad Keselowski won the race. All right, that was fun. We'll go ahead and finish that up. Ready to get done here. I might do another race tomorrow. Probably not Darlington. I didn't really want to do Darlington, and I made the decision against my better judgment to do it. I think maybe tomorrow we should do a truck race. Let's see what we got for trucks. Is he still racing, actually? I think he might be. I don't know any of these people. I know Jennifer Jo Cobb. I know Harrison Burton. I guess I do know some of these people. Nope. Matt Crafton still racing. Haley. Oh, no. Haley Deegan's racing at this point. Grant Enfinger. Okay, I know these. I know some of these people. Stuart Friesen, Todd Gilliland, Noah Gragson, Clay Greenfield, Justin Haley, Mike Harmon. I know that guy. I can't think of how I know him, but I know that guy. Riley freaking Herbst is racing down here. Oh, there he is! You little son of a gun! Parker Kligerman. Travis Kloppel. His boy's racing. His boy just raced in Xfinity today. Travis Kvapel. Bobby Lyons. Brett Moffitt. Joe Nemechek. John Hunter Nemechek. He's the one. He got catapulted up the cup way too quickly. Chase Purdy. I know him. I think he's still in truck, isn't he? Josh Realm. I only know him by name because he was in I know him. Dalton Sargent, Jenny Satter. So we're back to the run 'em around. Yeah, I think tomorrow we'll try a truck series race. I like truck series racing because I don't know, it feels less intense. It's a shorter race. So I feel like they do let the pit strategy play out. Oh, wow. I never even noticed that. It says not a sanctioned NASCAR series. That's kind of funny. Why is it even in the game then? No Tony Stewart. That's the big draw of this series in the other one. Yeah, no Tony Stewart. The other games, it's like, oh yeah, Tony Stewart's in the Extreme Dirt Tour. Shut up. I really like having this automatically default back to my new background, which is, of course, the entryway of beautiful Beach Ridge. Good old Beach Ridge. Let me move this back over here, and I will check real quick. I've been on for about 4 hours. So I think I'm just going to say adieu. I think I'm just going to say goodbye. Thank you for coming. I'm going to put it on. I need to make a outro screen. That's something I'm going to try to work on tomorrow before I will work on tomorrow. For now, I guess we will use, I know what I will do. Oops. It's a learning experience, okay, baby? We're almost, I'm almost competent at this. It's like someone's driving their trailer around outside. Ah. We're going to leave you with this. Thank you for coming, and we will see you next time.
And that
that's the downside of what he's doing.
And there's the end of anybody running the top. Is what
well, you know what happened? He was picking up time. He was already up to a 15.6.
Yeah, he was gaining.
And then that time he drove in a little high and got a little bit too much of that loose stuff. Yeah, got in the marbles.
There's just not enough cars up there running that group with him. He did a pretty nice.
But
just kissed it.
Watch it, that masterful job. Working the brake, working the gas, working the brake, working the gas. Keep that car off the wall.
He just won a sprint car race on the off week.
He needed a wing on that baby to plant it. He said he had the wing in the trunk.
He goes in with his right sides on some of the rubber that's laid down. But before he gets to mid-corner, he is up in the marble.
Yeah, he just got in a little high. It's just not any grip at all up where he was that time. See all the debris flying around.
He just kissed the wall.
And he had just run the fastest lap.
He might have scraped it.
He had just run his fastest.